Chapter 2394. The great Demon King had unexpectedly made it to this grand festival. It was just that no one knew what level the great Demon King had reached after his reappearance. Even Chuyang didn't have the time to ask Tan Tan what level he was at, because the first thing Tan Tan said after he came out of seclusion was to make his brothers run away in embarrassment. "Hey, tell me, did I become more handsome after my seclusion?" Great Demon King Tan held the mirror and was very pleased with himself. The group of brothers instantly scattered like flowing stars and scattered clouds. Another person who shouldn't have come didn't come. No, a demon didn't come. A certain demon, Ning Ning, cried and shouted that he wanted to come and participate in the festival. But after being beaten up by the furious Demon Empress, he was still recuperating in Star Palace. Today's event was too dangerous, so he, who was too weak and had a special identity, decided to stay at a certain place. Everyone was extremely cautious, and they were on high alert. Everyone knew that something would happen today, but they couldn't let it happen. Once something happened, today's Ascension ceremony would become a big joke in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Faintly, a cold air came quickly. Chu Yang's expression didn't change, but he quickly locked onto his target. It was a dark-skinned man. His hand was hidden in his chest, and his eyes followed Xie Danqiong's carriage. His eyes were flickering. Chu Yang approached his target quietly. The next moment, Xie Danqiong's carriage finally arrived. The man's eyes lit up. He took out his right hand from his chest, and his feet were already off the ground. He was about to jump up, but he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Then the man stood there and didn't move. Chu Yang silently pulled out the calamity sword from his back. He made a gesture, and two big men walked over from the crowd. Like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time, they hugged the man who couldn't move and walked out while talking and laughing. Actually, they carried him out, because the man had already become a dead man whose soul had dispersed after Chu Yang attacked. The reason why he didn't fall was because Chu Yang used his strength skillfully. That was why he could support himself for a while. In such a noisy crowd, such a small movement couldn't attract anyone's attention at all. It was like a small bubble in the sea that popped. Although it didn't make any noise, it was too insignificant to be noticed. Chu Yang had already picked out more than a dozen people from the crowd. Emo Qinggu and the others were also doing the same. At this moment, he could no longer care about the whereabouts of the 10,000 saints' true spirit. He only wanted to kill the enemy as quickly as possible and prevent the destruction of the ceremony from occurring. That would be victory. What made Chu Yang feel a little relieved was that there were basically no special experts hidden in the crowd. Most of them were only saints, and the highest was only at the peak of celestial being. Chu Yang and the others cleaned up the place very quickly under this kind of premise. The difficulty wasn't high either. In fact, there was almost no difficulty. However, Chu Yang also understood another thing. These people had come to throw away their lives. It would have been better if they could have created a disturbance, but they would have contributed a wisp of their true spirit if they couldn't. For the mastermind behind the scenes, there would be gains whether they succeeded or not. On the other hand, there was a certain degree of paralysis. One or two of them might not be able to lower Chu Yang and the others' vigilance. But what about 8 or 10 of them? More than 10? More than 100 of them? After coming into contact with so many targets whose strength was insufficient, if they weren't mentally prepared, they would more or less feel a little tired. If Chu Yang and the others mistakenly thought that this was the extent of the enemy's strength, then when the real thunderous attack came, they would definitely be unable to deal with it. Fortunately, Chu Yang had already sent a telepathic message at the first moment. "Everyone, don't be careless." The brothers nodded in agreement. Everyone was already well aware of this point. Even if Chu Yang didn't remind them, they wouldn't be careless. After all, they had dealt with too many 10,000 saints' true spirit hosts before. How could they not have lingering fears? Although the journey wasn't short, with the speed of the dragon beasts, the entire journey didn't take long. However, the brothers who were responsible for guarding the journey felt as if a few months had passed. They were almost mentally and physically exhausted. However, they still had to force themselves to stay alert and pay attention to any traces so that they wouldn't miss anything. To be honest, they weren't tired. The amount of exercise couldn't even be considered a warm-up. However, the huge psychological pressure of being cautious and being afraid of making any mistakes was really unbearable. At the same time, it was also the main reason why they were mentally and physically exhausted. Now that the Heaven's End platform was right in front of them, the enemy's official time of action was probably here. Everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. The unknown pressure before the incident was even heavier than the pressure that they had to face in real life. The group moved forward slowly. Chu Yang realized that Mo Tianji had unknowingly come to his side. Although Mo Tianji's face was also a little tired, it was more of a gratified look. "How is it, Tianji?" Chu Yang asked with a smile. "Dan Qiong is really good, as expected of our brother, especially as a man." It was obvious that Mo Tianji was in a very good mood. Chu Yang was startled when he heard that. Then he understood immediately. "You're talking about Madame May?" "Yes, what else could it be?" Mo Tianji sighed and said, "In this world it's easy to go through thick and thin together, but difficult to go through thick and thin together. How many men, before they succeeded, their wives supported them and never left them. They gritted their teeth and endured through the difficulties together. However, after they succeeded, they left their wives behind and looked for new ones. It's indeed not easy for Xie Danqiong to choose to let sister-in-law and sister-in-law bear witness to his success. He's indeed a good man." Mo Tianji wasn't stingy with his compliments. Chu Yang remained silent for a long time before he sighed and said, "That's right. I still remember that time in Iron Cloud. After a victory in a war, the generals brought their wives to attend the banquet that Butian had set up to celebrate his victory. There were so many beautiful women at the banquet, and so many young ladies were gathered there. It was a riot of colors. There were many young and beautiful girls at the banquet. When they saw that the generals were all valiant and handsome, but they were all carrying middle-aged women, many of them began to criticize. They said, 'Why are the wives of these heroes so ugly? Only beautiful women like me deserve to be the wives of generals.' When Chu Yang said this, Mo Tianji laughed. 'Childish. They're just ignorant women who grew up in big houses. How can it be easy to be the wife of a general? Let's not talk about how much suffering they've endured. How much suffering have they gone through? What do those silly little girls know? A beautiful vase is beautiful, but how can it be of great use?' Chu Yang nodded. 'Indeed.' Then he said, 'However, people's way of thinking has indeed changed. Tianji, think about it. As a man, treating his first wife well is a natural thing. It is also a matter of course for him to share glory and splendor with her. However, I don't know since when did people start praising not abandoning his first wife and not having an affair as a virtue? That's something that should be done. Now it's a standard to be praised. What else can I say about the fickleness of the world?' Mo Tianji was silent for a long time. It was as if he didn't know how to answer. After a long time, when Chu Yang thought that Mo Tianji had given up on this question, Mo Tianji said softly, 'Materialism is rampant. Sincerity is blinded. There are more and more heartless people, and fewer people who are true to their nature. Morality doesn't become their morality, and honor doesn't become their honor. Everyone forgets about righteousness and only cares about profit. Most young women don't have a foundation, and they don't have money, but they love vanity and want to reach the heavens in a single step. Most of the successful people are middle-aged, and they think about sex when they're full and warm. One has money, and the other has beauty and youth. Therefore, the adulterer and the wife hit it off.' Mo Tianji heaved a long sigh. 'How can one be pure and innocent in this world? Everyone knows the truth, but how many people can truly restrain themselves? How can one be pure and innocent if one's heart is clear, but one's actions are impure. Chu Yang was also silent. How can one be pure and innocent in this world? Chu Yang believed that this might be a problem that could never be solved. This kind of thing was repeated every moment in the world. How can one be pure and innocent if one's heart is clear, but one's actions are impure? No matter how high one's cultivation was or how powerful one was. For example, the almighty person who created the calamity sword would probably be powerless when faced with this problem. However, those who had sacrificed, those who had been abandoned after going through thick and thin with him, did they deserve to suffer such pain? Regarding this problem, even the intelligent Mo Tianji could only sigh. As long as they find the right person and find a good man, Chu Yang smiled coldly. Are you saying that if they're abandoned, they can only blame themselves for being blind? Mo Tianji was stunned, but he immediately understood that this issue couldn't be resolved no matter how much they argued. So he said, I won't argue with you about this issue, but I only hope that we brothers can be like Xie Dan Qiong and have a clear conscience. Regarding this topic, Chu Yang actually felt a little guilty. So he simply changed the topic and talked about another matter. So he mischievously laughed. You don't need to feel guilty. You may have a lot of close female friends, but each of them is a married woman. I won't beat you as long as you don't treat Qing Wu unfairly. So I won't beat you up. But I won't beat you as long as you don't treat Qing Wu unfairly. You can rest assured now. Chapter 2395. Mo Tianji was full of confidence. You can try. Chu Yang was instantly dejected. Fight. Mo Tianji definitely couldn't win against him. But his endless schemes were enough to make his life difficult. As the two of them were talking, they heard a wave of cheers. It was as if the entire palace was boiling. They had reached the Heaven's End platform. Mu Tsanglan, who was in charge of the ceremony, could not help but exclaim in excitement. Our great Mo Yuntian Jasper Flower Emperor has arrived at the Heaven's End platform. Right now, he's in front of the heavenly stairway. Let us cheer with all our hearts to celebrate Mo Yuntian Jade Flower Emperor walking past the heavenly stairway. The thunderous cheers reached another level. Xie Dan Qiong's body gently floated up. Then he and Madame Mei slowly landed on the bright yellow carpet of the stairway like two light clouds. He raised his head and looked in front. Then the sound of musical instruments echoed. Xie Danqiong stepped onto the heavenly stairway. There was no surprise or joy. His face was calm. The couple walked on the path formed by the bright yellow carpet. They held hands and stood side by side. Their eyes were focused. Although there was a sea of people around them, they only had eyes for each other. They floated lightly on the clouds. Madame Mei's eyes were already watery. They had reached the first level of the heavenly stairway and were safe. The cheers were deafening. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly warm. Xie Danqiong didn't stop at all. He continued on the path to the second level with his wife. The man was handsome and confident, and the woman was an outstanding beauty. When the husband and wife stood together, they were a perfect match, and their style was peerless. Along the way, the cheers resounded through the clouds. About 10 feet behind him, thousands of officials from Mo Yun Tian Martial Emperor stood on the left and the Martial Emperor on the right. They guarded the Jade Flower Emperor and his wife as they walked forward. Along the way, there were traces of space tears constantly appearing all around them. The onlookers only thought that this was an auspicious sign from the heavens, but they did not know that in these space black holes, many masters had already been silently turned into dust under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. On the 8th floor, De and the other celestial emperors were all there. They all had their hands clasped behind their backs. They all looked serious. No one knew if they were looking forward to it or if they had other thoughts. Dong Huang Shuai Leihan stood expressionlessly with her hands clasped behind her back, completely ignoring everyone else. He was the closest to the demon empress, but they didn't speak to each other as if they were strangers. When the demon empress saw Xie Danqiong walking up the stairs, she couldn't help but sigh. She opened her mouth and praised. This Xie Danqiong is the empress of De. Even though his experience is still shallow and his cultivation is rather lacking. But this peerless demeanor can be said to be the most handsome man in the empress of De. It's really eye-catching. The everlasting celestial emperor of the absolute, overarching heaven, Ziwuji, frowned and said unhappily, "I'm afraid the demon empress' words are a little inappropriate. Is he the most handsome man? Then, where does the demon empress place this emperor?" The demon empress' mouth twitched subconsciously. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the Buddha celestial emperor, Emo Huitin, say, "Old Z's words are both correct and incorrect. That Xie Danqiong is certainly not the most handsome man, but neither is old Z. Could it be that you don't see this emperor here? You're really arrogant." On the other side, the short western heavens mad sword celestial emperor, Wu Yekwang, who looked like an abstract person, said, No, what you all said is wrong. The most handsome man is already here. What do you all think of me by speaking like this?" When the western heaven emperor, Wu Yekwang, said these words, the whole place fell silent. After a moment, everyone except Shuai Leihan roared with laughter at the same time. Looking at Wu Yekwang's short stature, his different facial features, and his strange posture of "I'm a handsome man," everyone laughed until they couldn't straighten their backs again. After the demon empress smiled, she reprimanded, "A guy like you who doesn't look like a human and looks like a ghost actually has the face to call himself the most handsome man in the empress of De? You're really boasting shamelessly." Wu Yekwang stroked his hedgehog-like beard, still complacent. "I myself think that I'm quite handsome." The degree to which this person felt good about himself was obviously enough to compete with a certain demon king for supremacy. Sure enough, the universe was endless. There was actually such a weirdo in the world. Bah! The demon empress really didn't want to waste her breath on this kind of trash, so she just spat. Sigh. Emo Huichin sighed. Too shameless. Ziwuji rolled his eyes and looked at the sky. I really can't watch anymore. Qingzhao's heavenly emperor Wu Wei, Emo Qingqing, turned to look at the void. Looking like this, and still calling himself a handsome man, what kind of self-evaluation is this? It makes me feel so disgusted that I can't stand it anymore. Although Dee and Empress were not together all year round. Once they were together, they were no different from ordinary people. Especially these people who had been in high positions for a long time, they almost didn't have any friends to brag about or joke with. After they reached their positions, they would probably only have this kind of ordinary performance when they were together with these people of the same level. Therefore, everyone still cherished this kind of opportunity very much. South Pole Sky Ice and Snow Heavenly Emperor Mengjing Hui frowned and said, "This person is indeed outstanding. Although his cultivation is shallow, it's only because he has cultivated for too short a time. In fact, in terms of age, that's not right. I think there's something wrong with this." Just now, Her Majesty Demon Empress said that this Jade Flower Great Emperor is shallow and his cultivation is insufficient. But now it seems that this is not the case. What do you mean? The other heavenly emperors asked one after another. You'd better look for yourselves. This Jade Flower Great Emperor, I can't see through his cultivation at all. Do you know what this means? Meng Jing Hui frowned. Isn't this incredible? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. They all focused their gazes on the Jade Flower Great Emperor, only to see a layer of brilliant light enveloping her body. Apart from her appearance and figure, everything related to her cultivation base and divine sense actually didn't leak out at all. Even with the powerful eyesight of the heavenly emperors and empress present, they couldn't see anything. This phenomenon meant that this Jade Flower Great Emperor before them wasn't weak at all. On the contrary, he was very strong. This phenomenon is somewhat similar to His Majesty's sunrise from the east. Meng Jing, Hui said thoughtfully. Everyone turned to look at Shuai Leihan. Shuai Leihan snorted. His face was as cold as ice. He stood with his hands behind his back and ignored them. Brother Shuai, may I ask how you see this jade flower great emperor's foundation? Wu Yekwang asked. Boring. Shuai Leihan snorted coldly and turned his face away. He actually ignored the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor's question and gave him a slap in the face in front of everyone. The Heavenly Emperors looked at each other. Their expressions were all rather interesting. Shuai Leihan, what do you mean by this? Wu Yekwang was instantly enraged. He felt that he couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation. Shuai Leihan looked up at the sky and said casually, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Wu Yekwang was instantly enraged. Are you looking for a fight? Shuai Leihan twisted his neck and looked at Wu Yekwang contemptuously. Are you looking for a beating? If you don't mind, I'm very happy to do it. I've really been bored out of my mind recently. Everyone was taken aback. With the East Emperor's composure, it was really rare for him to say such provocative words. What exactly was going on today? Who cooked him? Why was he so angry? Cough. Looks like everyone has to be more careful. His Majesty the East Emperor is a little upset today. I've already eaten his head this morning. Let's all calm down. Yao Xen came forward to resolve the situation with a black face. She knew that this East Emperor in front of her wasn't the real one. The real East Emperor was already hiding in the dark to ensure that the ceremony was completed smoothly. But Demon Empress Xien was also a little speechless at this East Emperor in front of her. You can ask your seventh brother to impersonate him, but you should at least warn us beforehand, right? With such a fearless temper, is he here to congratulate someone or to pick a fight? If he's not careful, he'll be the first to cause a huge battle. She was depressed. Why does the East Emperor have such a precious younger brother? Isn't this too weird? Wu Yekwang sneered. I wonder what has made His Majesty the East Emperor upset. Why don't you tell me? I'm not talented, but I can still stand up for His Majesty the East Emperor. Dong Huang rolled his eyes and said, Tell you? Who do you think you are? What right do I have to tell you? Demon Empress Xien instantly felt a headache coming on. Could it be that this fellow felt upset because he couldn't fight? What did he mean? And what was his identity? Why did he speak as if he was taking his first breath after eating 300 tons of gunpowder? On the other side, Maniac Sword Heavenly Emperor was already so angry that he flew into a rage. Shuai Leihan, you actually dare to look down on me. You. If it were someone else who said that, Wu Yekwang would probably just laugh and not take it to heart. His status and cultivation had already reached the point where there was no need to get angry over these words. But Dong Huang couldn't say that, because Dong Huang was the only one present who had the right to look down on him completely. No matter if it was identity, status, cultivation, or appearance, therefore, Maniac Sword Heavenly Emperor, who loved to look pretty, couldn't stand it. Yao Xen was extremely conflicted, but she still tried her best to persuade. Of course, the Demon Empress' persuasion wasn't purely to be a peacemaker. She raised her eyebrows. I say, what's the matter with the two of you? What's the situation? Today is ultimately the day of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian's ascension. Why must the two of you create trouble? Whoever wants to create trouble will have to fight with me first. Wu Yekwang snorted heavily, and his square head immediately tilted to one side. No matter how bold he was, he didn't dare to provoke Dong Huang and Demon Empress at the same time. Dong Huang Shuai Leihan also snorted and turned his head to the other side. Chapter 2396. In the dark, the real Dong Huang Shuai Leihan was so angry that his stomach almost exploded. It wasn't that he didn't know that this seventh brother of his was a little unreliable, but he didn't expect him to be such a bastard. His ability to attract hatred was really at the peak. He had completely destroyed the image that he had accumulated over 1,000,000 years. Others might not know the origin of this impostor, but how could Shuai Leihan himself not know what his own brother did? This fellow was the number one unreasonable person in the Heaven Imperial Court, the number one troublemaker, the number one bandit, the number one lone bandit in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. The heavens didn't rob him. In other words, other than the heavens above his head that he didn't rob because it was useless, as long as it was something that he wanted, it would become his no matter what. Back then, when Yun Shangren became a Saint Lord, he took a liking to the crown that belonged to Yun Shangren. He was willing to lay low for 100 years just to snatch it away. Although he was heavily injured, Yun Shangren had lost his chance to ascend to the throne, because as long as something was in this fellow's hands, even the gods wouldn't be able to take it away. Even if Shuo Leihan came forward to ask for it, he would definitely be rejected. Such a fellow was originally lawless, not to mention Wu Yekwang. Even if he was facing the Saint Lord Cloud Master, this fellow would still dare to mock and ridicule him. Even if he were to draw his sword and start a fight, he would still be a strong character who definitely had the power to fight. Although this fellow's cultivation wasn't as good as his, he was on par with a few people with weaker cultivation after D. It was hard to tell who was better. Even if they were to really fight, he would still be full of confidence. But no matter how confident you are, you can't reveal your bandit aura when you're impersonating me. Little did he know that this impostor was also cursing in his heart. What DE and Queen? All of you are putting on airs. I don't like looking at you. That short guy with a crooked face actually calls himself a handsome guy. Fuck, the real handsome guy is clearly standing here and hasn't said anything. Who do you think you are? I have no choice. I'm impersonating my big brother. If not, I'll teach each and every one of you a lesson on the spot, in his heart. In fact, he had already given them a lot of face and left them a lot of leeway. If Wild Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yekwang knew of this guy's true thoughts, he would probably immediately fight him to the death, not rest until one of them was dead. Who is protecting this stairway to heaven? The Demon Empress looked at Xia Danqiong as he walked up the stairway. Her eyes flashed with a rare, dignified look. The other celestial emperors could tell that Emperor Jasper Flower had been ambushed at least 1,000 times along the way. However, Great Emperor Jasper Flower didn't make a move at all. She merely continued to advance slowly. In fact, he didn't even activate his protective Yuan Qi. This was equivalent to handing over his life to those who were protecting him. He obviously had absolute confidence in those who were protecting him. Because of this, the heavenly emperors were even more astonished. That was because those tyrannical attacks had all vanished into thin air at the first moment. They had disappeared into the spatial cracks, and the people who had attacked had all lost their souls. Not even their corpses remained. That was not all. The most surprising thing was all of this. No one actually discovered it at all. At least those below the saint level couldn't discover anything. As for ordinary people, it was a scene of singing and dancing. It was peaceful, smooth, too smooth. Great Emperor Jasper Flower's 7-star guards haven't made a move at all. Then, who was the one who made a move? Isn't this strength a little too high? Qi Bei Heavens, Yan Yang Heavenly Emperor Long Inhuan's face was extremely solemn. When this sentence came out, everyone's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, Mo Yuntian's current strength had to be reevaluated. The foundation that Great Emperor Jasper Flower had revealed so far was already shocking to the extreme. But they didn't know that the resources consumed by the Tribulation Brothers, Tan Tan and Mo Lei, or along the way, was definitely a super astronomical figure. Before Xia Danqiong reached the 4th level, each of them had already swallowed 2 heavy pills. The terrifying consumption along the way, even as the master of the Tribulation Sword, Chuyang also felt that it was extremely strenuous. This was because wherever Xia Danqiong went, there would be a death zone formed by the combined consciousness of the Tribulation Brothers within a radius of 5,000 feet. As long as someone came into contact with this zone, it would instantly trigger a space crack and devour them completely. This was the space-devouring formation that Mo Tianji had painstakingly set up. It was also the formation formed by Chu Yang's countless souls of purple crystal and another mysterious formation that complemented each other. It was activated by a huge amount of mental energy. Only then did it form a powerful formation that was absolutely fatal. It was also the strongest trump card of today's Ascension ceremony. With Chu Yang as the leader, Mo Tianji and Mo Tianji as the unscrupulous person to activate the devouring formation. Mo Qingguo, Gudexing, Dong Wushang, Ao Sheun, Rui Batong, GMO, Luo Kadi, Tan Tan, Mo Lei and Zi Sheqing combine their powers to activate the devouring formation. All of the spiritual power, all of the spiritual power, all of the spiritual power, all of the cultivation power, all of the power, as long as it could be used, Mo Tianji used the power of the formation to forcefully combine them together. This kind of power was really abundant and irresistible. Even a 7-star guard could be instantly swallowed by it. Of course, with the might of such a formation being so terrifying, there were naturally many requirements. Apart from the massive amount of souls of purple crystal, the most dangerous requirement was that as long as any one of them had the slightest distracting thought, the other 11 would all suffer an irreversible and intense backlash. This was undoubtedly a huge gamble. This was the safest method that Mo Tianji could think of in the face of an unknown and powerful enemy. However, it was also the most dangerous method. This was because everyone would be consigned to eternal damnation as long as one of them was not of one mind and one mind. However, Mo Tianji completely believed in these people who were participating in the formation. They would definitely be of one mind and of one mind. For the glory of our brothers, we would do our best without hesitation. We might not be able to deal with the challenges on the 8th level, but along the way, we would take on all the attacks. This was the common thought of all the brothers. Today can be considered an eye-opener. In all the previous Celestial Emperor's Ascension ceremonies, only the Xie Danqiong had to endure so many attacks and disturbances. I really don't know what the mastermind behind these assassins is thinking. Don't they know that this is a method of making a mortal enemy of a Celestial Emperor? Or is that person's strength already enough to disregard our generation? The Demon Empress looked at the space cracks that kept flashing, appearing and disappearing in the air. In just a short while everyone was arguing, they had already flashed at least a few hundred times. Those hundreds of flashes meant that thousands of top-notch experts had been killed without a sound or trace, turning into wisps of green smoke. Their souls had scattered, and they had turned into ashes without leaving any trace behind. The guy who pretended to be Xue Leihan said indifferently, walking through the gaps between the wind and rain, laughing proudly between life and death. Only then can one be considered a hero of a generation. Since Xie Danqiong stepped on the heavenly stairway all the way to the 7th step now, he has experienced a total of 478 attacks. Yes, it's already 503 attacks now. In the short time that he said the sentence, another 20 or so waves of attacks turned into nothingness in the space cracks. However, such frequent attacks are still just probing attacks and not decisive attacks. And this point is already enough to shock people. With such strength, such influence, and being able to mobilize such a large amount of manpower, the true strength of the mastermind behind this is really shocking and terrifying. Yao Exan continued to draw hatred for the mastermind with her mouth, but her beautiful eyes looked at a certain impostor with some surprise. She thought to herself, although this guy's personality is very strange, his eyesight and arithmetic skills are really not low. He actually counted all of them, and not a single one of them was off. It was really not easy. The ascension of the Jade Flower Emperor is not like some people. However, just as the Demon Empress was about to praise him, this guy reverted to his old ways and said mockingly, when some people ascended the throne, they had Cloud Master to hold the fort. Naturally, there was no wind or waves, no clouds for thousands of miles, and they were so awesome that they were in a mess. They walked up so easily, looking like a heifer that knows how to ride the clouds. Awesome to the heavens! Actually, that kind of road. Even a dog could climb up with its tail wagging. When this sentence came out, the hatred instantly skyrocketed. Everyone glared at him, and there was no lack of murderous intent. This was no longer just drawing hatred. It was simply group ridicule, and it was a large-scale and indiscriminate ultimate group ridicule. It was really too domineering. The extreme sky sovereign emperor Zue Wuqing and the Qibei heavenly emperor Yinyang Long Inghuan both looked like they were about to spit fire. They looked at this guy and said, "Shuai Leihan, what do you mean by this? Who are you scolding?" The South Pole heavenly emperor Meng Jinghui's eyes were also filled with anger. He looked at Shuai Leihan and said lightly, "Brother Shuai, are you mocking me?" Everyone else's faces were also red, and they looked at this Dong Huang angrily. It looked like they were about to gang up and attack. The demon empress held her forehead, a little dumbfounded. She was just speechless. Motherfucker, where did this idiot come from? Opening his mouth at the slightest provocation, capturing everyone in one fell swoop. Other than Dong Huang Shualehan and the demon empress Yao Exen, all of the other people here had been visited by the saint when they ascended the throne. This old lady wanted to direct the spearhead to that person in charge several times, but this guy was good. With just one sentence, he directly offended everyone. The 10 great heavenly emperors and one saint monarch, these people were all people who could shake the heavens with a spit of saliva. He actually offended 8 of them, including the demon empress herself. He had really offended them to the point of swelling. This kind of ability to attract hatred was truly unprecedented and unparalleled since the beginning of time. If a competition to draw hatred was held, this guy would definitely be the winner. There was no doubt about this. Chapter 2397. Dong Huang Shualehan looked at the celestial emperors coldly. Suddenly he snorted and shook his head. "Don't you understand human language? Whatever you think I mean, that's what I mean. Why, you can do it, but others can't." He did not have a good impression of these people in his heart. Now that he knew the truth, he found them even more unpleasant to the eye. At this moment he followed his temper and said whatever was unpleasant to hear. How could he still care about who the other party was when the heavenly bandits' temper flared up? Good, good, good. All the celestial emperors gritted their teeth and nodded slowly. Shualehan, you win. After this ceremony is over, we must get intimate with each other. Let's see if you, the East Sovereign of the Heaven-Suppressing Tower, can really cover the sky with one hand and look down on all the heroes in the world. That's why I said you have no guts. This Dong Huang Shualehan slanted his nose and said, "If you want to fight, fight now. But you don't dare to fight now. Just find some lame excuses. Aren't you all afraid of offending this Jade Flower Emperor? Actually, I can understand. Cloud Master isn't here now, and you have no backbone. What right do you have to fight with me? Even a ruler wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall, let alone the few of you. What you're doing now is what you're doing. But how can there be such a cheap thing in the world?" He spat and scolded. "A bee is a bee. Do you think you're a virgin just because you put on an act? This is a fundamental difference. Once this is over, you'll have long slipped into some rat hole. Why are you still fighting with me?" Shualehan! Yao Exan couldn't take it anymore. She shouted, "What are you trying to do, you bastard? You think you're great just because you can fight? Do you have to make a river of blood here now before you're willing to stop? You want to fight? Fight with me." Seeing that the Jade Flower Emperor's Ascension ceremony was about to be turned into a big fight between the Celestial Emperors and the Empress, Yao Exar, and was so angry that she was about to die. The 2 Buddhas had no choice but to jump out and disrupt the situation. They hoped that this blockhead in front of them would at least understand the situation and quickly give up, especially at the very beginning. On the surface, he was calling out Dong Huang, but in fact, he was calling out the real Dong Huang Shualehan. What he meant was, you better control your brother. This guy is going to start a world war soon. The faces of the other heavenly emperors were already flushed red. Panting heavily, it seemed like the situation was about to erupt at any moment. For millions of years, Not a single celestial emperor had ever suffered such a blatant insult, let alone now that they were all gathered in one place and being attacked by someone. In fact, everyone felt that they were so angry that their livers were hurting and their guts were trembling. No matter what, he could not tolerate this. This Dongwang had really gone too far. Could it be that just because you have a cultivation second only to a saint, you can look down on us? It's true that we can't beat you one by one, but we have so many people here. I don't believe that we can't beat you if we work together. Didn't he see how angry the Demon Empress was? She's second only to Donghuang, and she's taking the lead. Was Xue Leihan still okay? Xue Leihan, who had been hiding in the dark for millions of years, was also so angry at his own brother that he was about to stomp his feet. No, he was already stomping his feet. This bastard, he had already warned him more than 10 times beforehand. Repeatedly, this guy also nodded and agreed to everything. But now, he threw all of them to the back of his mind. Even if he just let out a fart, he could still stink for a while. But this guy could change his attitude as fast as flipping a book. Yet he was hiding in the dark and could not show himself at all. Otherwise, he would have long slapped this guy back to the Eastern Royal Heavens. He hurriedly scolded him via telepathy. "You bastard! Are you courting death? Damn you! When you go back, I'll punish you according to the family rules. I'll punish you properly, you bastard!" In his anger, Xue Leihan scolded him, but he was already spouting nonsense. That impersonating Dongwang immediately replied via telepathy, "Xue Leihan, you really have guts. You dare to scold my mother. And you scold my mother? My mother is your mother. You dare to scold our mother. You're really too gutsy. You actually scolded me as a bastard. We have the same mother. If I'm a bastard, even if you don't hatch a bastard, you'll be a turtle egg. Damn you! How dare you scold our father and mother as bastards? When we go back, I'll go to the ancestral hall with you and have a good talk with you, you bastard." Xue Leihan's breath was stuck in his throat, and he almost fainted. He said weakly, I'm going to vomit blood." However, the impersonating Donghuang in front of him also seemed to feel that he had more or less gone overboard. Looking at the celestial emperors approaching from all directions, he could only reluctantly explain, "Of course, I'm not talking about all of you. I'm talking about some people in your land, and whoever is the most agitated." When this sentence came out, even Yao Xan really didn't expect it. This sentence was the real killer's move. The one in charge was invincible. So what if they weren't invincible? How could they not be invincible? All the celestial emperors were almost going crazy from holding it in. But other than glaring angrily, none of them spoke first, and none of them made a move. Whoever made a move, wouldn't that be admitting that they were one of those people? All of them were panting heavily, veins popping on their foreheads, but they couldn't take a step forward. Yao Xan heaved a long sigh of relief. She thought to herself that at least they didn't fight on the spot. Although everyone had resentment in their hearts, it was still within a range that could be controlled. However, she heard this Donghuang say again, "But all of you also know that even if we really fight, all of you are no match for me." In an instant, Yao Xan-er's head swelled. She almost wanted to worship this guy in front of her. "Big brother, why do you dare to say anything? How long are you going to offend people?" Seeing that all the celestial emperors were about to explode and fight. Fortunately, at this moment, the Jade Flower Emperor had already safely ascended to the 8th level with his wife. From the moment they ascended to the first step of the celestial stairway to the 8th level, all the attacks suddenly disappeared and peace returned. Not even the slightest bit of trouble was left. Everyone knew that the 8th level was where the celestial emperors were. Whoever dared to make a move in the dark here would not only be provoking the celestial emperors, but also the entire celestial emperors. How was that different from courting death? Although a certain person in charge didn't care whether more of the 10,000 saint celestial spirits would die or not, it was still too risky to make a move so openly in front of so many people. Therefore, from this moment on, they could only make a move openly. In other words, Xiadanqiong's real test had only officially begun here. Of course, other than a few people, the rest didn't know that from this level onwards, the real Xiadanqiong had actually changed. What replaced him was the Donghuang, Shui Leihan, who was truly second only to the celestial emperors in terms of identity, status, and cultivation in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. There had never been anyone who could so thoroughly portray second only to the celestial emperors in the world. However, Shui Leihan was fully deserving of this title. One could imagine what kind of expression those celestial spirits would have when they confidently send out their main forces, only to be met with the most terrifying counterattack that they couldn't resist at all. Seeing that Xiadanqiong and his wife had finally entered the initial stages of the 8th level, Chuyang finally heaved a long sigh of relief. He only felt that he was on the verge of collapsing and almost couldn't stand up straight. His vision was actually turning black. Looking at the other brothers, all of them were the same. It seemed that they were even worse than him. GMO was even floating as he walked, as if he could lie down on the ground at any time and never get up again. No matter whether it was in terms of mental energy, cultivation, or divine senses, they had all overdrawn too many times on this journey, just now. In the past, they would only use one heavy pill in a life and death battle. However, from the first level of the celestial stairs until now, they had all used up an average of more than 20 heavy pills each. In total, they had used up close to 300 heavy pills. This was a rather huge number. Although heavy pills were the #1 healing panacea in the world, their main purpose was to heal injuries and prolong life, replenish one's energy, recover one's cultivation, and condition the body. However, after eating so many in such a short period of time, everyone still needed to digest them properly to avoid any adverse effects. Mo Tianji also heaved a long sigh of relief and immediately consumed another heavy pill. Everyone else could rest, but Mo Tianji and Chu Yang couldn't. Even though they knew that consuming heavy pills would do more harm than good in the long run, they had no choice but to do so. Chu Yang had another mission, while Mo Tianji had to continue maintaining the basic operation of the formation. When Mo Tianji consumed the heavy pill, Chu Yang had already swallowed the heavy pill in his mouth without leaving a trace. Chu Lu'er and Chu Yang, who hadn't made a move all this while, were disguised as Xiadanqiong's accompanying palace maids and attendants. At this moment, they were following behind Xiadanqiong and Madame Mei. Their white robes were whiter than snow, and they looked like fairies on the 8th level of the platform. Originally, Xiadanqiong had insisted that all of his brothers should appear together at this Ascension ceremony to enjoy this great glory together and experience the feeling of standing at the peak. However, Jade Flower Emperor, who had just suggested this idea, was fiercely criticized by Mo Tianji and Chu Yang. We brothers can only climb to the top one by one. If we go up together at the so-called peak of the world, wouldn't we be courting death together? This was Mo Tianji's words. The time isn't ripe yet. You just have to wait for us to gather at the peak. There will definitely be such a day. This was Chu Yang's words. GMO, Luo Kudi, and Rue Butong had wanted to cheer when they heard Xiadanqiong's words. However, they were smacked back by these 2 heavy blows. Most of his brothers had already stopped at their original places and were meditating and recuperating. However, Mo Tianji was still in charge of the overall situation in the dark, and Chu Yang was following behind him. Therefore, Xiadanqiong was very confident in his heart. Chapter 2398. Therefore, when Xiadanqiong walked towards Di Queen's seat, he was still calm, poised, and full of bearing. There was no nervousness or uneasiness at all. It was as if he was originally a member of this place. Now he had just casually walked here again. Jade Flower Emperor has already ascended the Heavenly Emperor stage. Mu Tsang Lan's voice once again reverberated through the heavens and earth, with uncontrollable excitement and impulsiveness. Here, there is our absolute, honorable guest. He will meet Jade Flower Emperor and establish an alliance. Everyone in Inkcloud's sky jumped up and shouted as if they had gone crazy. D.E. Empress, only Saint Monarch. D.E. Empress, only Saint Monarch. Mighty, mighty. D.E. Empress and only Saint Monarch were legendary top figures. Every one of them was like an ethereal deity above the clouds. In fact, they were deities in this world. They were definitely not simple emperors. Xie Danqiong smiled and walked in calmly. The first one he walked towards was of course the first one after D.E. Empress, Donghuang Shualehan. And at this moment, behind Donghuang Shualehan, there were already two more people who had appeared out of nowhere. They stood straight behind this Donghuang Shualehan. These two were the personal guards of Donghuang. Normally, they were invisible and would not show themselves in front of others. But at this moment, facing the newly ascended ink cloud sky Jade Flower Emperor, they could only show themselves. This was a form of expression and also a form of respect. Behind the other heavenly emperors and demon empresses, there were also two more people like this. Only the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yekwang's side was a little creepy. He himself was already ugly enough, but the two people behind him were actually even more ugly than him. Humans were always afraid of comparisons. Ever since those two guards appeared, Wu Yekwang, who was previously an eyesore in everyone's eyes, actually became much more pleasing to the eye. Fresh flowers needed green as a foil. And to set off withered grass, as long as one could find withered grass, that was all. Jade Flower Emperor walked in calmly and had a friendly chat with our first honorable guest. Now, let me introduce our first guest today. He is the master of the Eastern Royal Heaven. Mu Tsanglan's voice was hoarse from all the shouting. Eastern Emperor Monarch, Shualehan. Just as he finished speaking, the auspicious clouds in the sky suddenly tumbled and surged. A bright golden cloud appeared in the sky. The golden cloud tumbled and formed 8 mountain-like characters in the sky. The majestic eastern sky, the illustrious East Sovereign. Following the appearance of these 8 words, the cries of Mo Yuntian's citizens grew louder and louder, shaking the heavens and earth. Donghuang Shualehan stood up gracefully with a warm smile on his face. At this moment, a huge image of Donghuang suddenly appeared in midair. Donghuang Shualehan stood with his hands behind his back, looking graceful and confident as he faced the world. At this moment, Donghuang's outstanding image instantly conquered the world. As expected of the Donghuang, this kind of temperament, this kind of demeanor, this kind of image, it really made people fall for him. Only the various great heavenly emperors saw this scene and only felt their mouths full of teeth aching. No, it's not just a feeling, it's really painful. Is what we saw real? Is this still the person who was hooting with us just now? They saw. Donghuang Shualehan smiled amiably and said, "Brother Xie, congratulations. You're amazing, amazing. You're still so young and you're already able to achieve so much. You're indeed a young hero." Xie Danqiong was neither servile nor overbearing. He smiled and said, "Brother Shui, you're too kind. You're too kind. Compared to these..." This Donghuang Shualehan was about to revert to his old ways and talk nonsense again. Shualehan, who was hiding in the dark, hurriedly stopped him. "Enough! Don't play with your mouth anymore. At this time, if you can speak less, then speak less. Compared to these people, you're much more handsome and confident." This Donghuang Shualehan was stopped, and the words that he wanted to say became such a superficial sentence. Xie Danqiong also heaved a sigh of relief and said, "You're too kind." After saying that, he was about to walk towards the demon empress. Unexpectedly, this Donghuang Shualehan said behind him, "Sai, when these people ascended to your current position, they were all old monkeys. Don't be fooled by their youthful appearances. In fact, they're all old and shameless people who just won't die." This sentence was said very, very softly. Naturally, it didn't shake the world and spread throughout the world. However, who were D.E. and the Empress? How could they not hear it? All of them couldn't help but be angry. Among them, the demon empress, Demon Xin was the angriest. It was fine if a bunch of stinky men said that, but women hated it the most when people said that they were old and so on. This Dong Huang Shualehan was the first to say that he was old in front of the demon empress. It directly made the demon empress so angry that her liver swelled up. However, she couldn't do anything because, seeing Xie Danqiong walking towards her, the demon empress could only forcefully suppress the urge to beat this Dong Huang up. She stood up with a dignified bearing and a smile. The golden cloud in midair churned and instantly changed into another 8 words. Only I, the demon empress, am magnificent in the world. At the same time, the demon empress's peerless figure also appeared in the sky, facing the world. That peerless grace immediately made everyone fall for her. Such pinnacle power, such a peerless beauty. No hero in the world dares to be her. Greetings, demon empress. Xie Danqiong bowed slightly. Madame Mei at the side also bowed at the same time. This was something that couldn't be helped. Xie Danqiong and Yao Ningning called each other brothers, and their status had long been established. The demon empress was equivalent to his elder. This etiquette was something that couldn't be neglected. The demon empress didn't avoid arousing suspicion at all. She helped the 2 of them up one by one and sized them up. She praised, "Your Majesty Chonghua and the empress are indeed a match made in heaven. Today, you have reached the pinnacle hand in hand. It's really worthy of celebration." Xie Danqiong smiled. "Demon empress, you're too kind. I hope you can guide me." Well said, well said. The demon empress' face was full of smiles. She lowered her voice and said, "This Shualehan is full of nonsense. He's a little crazy today. The 2 of you must not believe what he says." Xie Danqiong was very surprised and made an sound. He seemed to be a little confused and didn't know what was going on here. Why was the demon empress's words so ridiculous? However, they were very surprised to see the other DE. Everyone's face was full of joy. This sentence of the demon empress was really too satisfying. Yao Hexener held Madame Mei's hand and said, "Your Majesty Chonghua, let the empress accompany me for a chat here. I'm so lonely here without a woman to talk to." Xie Danqiong naturally agreed. The demon empress' move was undoubtedly to completely protect Madame Mei. Instantly, more than half of the various schemes that could be carried out by the enemy were destroyed. In the world, there seemed to be only a few who could hurt others under the demon empress' protection. Next, the 3rd seat was the everlasting celestial emperor of the Daluo heaven, Ziwuji. Supreme of the Daluo heaven, hero everlasting. When he heard the introduction, Chu Yang, who was behind Xie Danqiong, couldn't help but raise his eyelids and take a careful look at the face of this everlasting celestial emperor. Then he lowered his head again. He felt a little strange. How could there be 2 people with the surname Z in the first DE and the empress? He still remembered that Zi Hao, the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, was also surnamed Z. And this Daluo heaven emperor was also surnamed Z. Could it be a coincidence? It was most likely a coincidence. If Ziwuji really had a relationship with Zi Hao, Shualehan should know the 4th seat was Heavenly Emperor Mo Yan's. Xie Danqiong didn't stop and went straight to the 5th seat, Heavenly Emperor of the Stupa Heaven Mo Huichin. The celestial emperor, who was dressed in snow-white robes and had black hair, looked like an otherworldly being at first glance. He did not look like an emperor who controlled the world at all. Heaven and earth have roots. Mo Huichin returns to the world. Xie Danqiong couldn't completely understand the meaning of these words for a moment, so he smiled and went on. The various heavenly emperors all presented gifts, and, of course, the gifts wouldn't be personally taken out by the heavenly emperors. Their subordinates would give and receive. Ranked first was Heavenly Emperor of the South Pole, Meng Jinghui. Heavenly Emperor of Ice and Snow, Dream of Life. Of these words, the first 4 words were a true portrayal of the geography of the South Pole, and the last 4 words were related to Meng Jinghui's unique divine technique. Dream of Life. If Heavenly Emperor of Ice and Snow, Meng Jinghui, used this technique, even the descendants of Di would inevitably be affected and unconsciously recall all kinds of things in their lives that were worth dreaming of at night, and some relatively weaker cultivators would even fall into a nightmare from then on, and spend their whole lives between the past and the present. All the past events would linger, and they would never be able to wake up again. Ranked 7th was Heavenly Emperor of the Western Sky, Wu Yekwang. Western Sky, I am Yekwang. When Wu Yekwang stood up to greet Xie Danqiong suddenly discovered that his stature was actually so tall, so superior to others. All along, the group of brothers had all been tall and well-proportioned. Xie Danqiong walked among them. In terms of stature, he wasn't the slightest bit outstanding. Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, and Dong Wushang were even slightly taller than him. Therefore, he had always been used to this. The most important thing was that when martial artists of the Heavenly Imperial Court generally reached Earth or Heaven level, they would be able to change their basic appearance, and from that time onwards, they would be fixed. Under normal circumstances, they would fix themselves to look a bit better. Therefore, as long as it was a martial artist, it could be said that there were many handsome men and beautiful women. Admittedly, their stature wouldn't be excessively tall and even less too short. But now that Xie Danqiong was facing Wu Yekwang, he instantly felt a heartfelt superiority. This Heavenly Emperor of the Wild Sword, whose fame was awe-inspiring, only reached Xie Danqiong's chest when he stood up straight. Xie Danqiong was taller by 2 heads, and he even had an extra neck. The two people stood together. One was handsome and confident, like a jade tree facing the wind in his prime, and the other was set off like a pile of dog shit that no one cared about. Chapter 2399. For a moment, D.E. and the others actually couldn't help but burst into laughter. You don't have to be surprised. That Donghuang Shuelehan spoke again. The maniac sword Heavenly Emperor is not his original appearance. There's a reason why he became like this. Wu Yekwang's neck also flushed red. He bared his teeth. Shuelehan! That His Majesty Eastern, Sovereign, shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, Frenzied Sword Heavenly Emperor could also be considered a handsome man back then. But when he was breaking through at the critical moment of remolding, he was suddenly smashed by a hammer from the top of his head. It was like a ball of soft mud that hadn't completely dried yet and was smashed down by someone. But, as everyone knows, that remodeling is the most important. Once it's damaged, it can't be recovered for life. Therefore, the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor suffered a tragedy and became like this today. This time, not only Xie Danqiong, even the other Heavenly Emperors also let out a meaningful "oh." From the looks of it, everyone actually didn't know about this matter. One had to praise His Majesty East Sovereign for being really knowledgeable. Of course, the premise was if he didn't say those words next. That situation. At this moment, everyone felt that the Emperor East Sovereign who was speaking now was infinitely wretched, infinitely gloating, and even a little shifty-eyed. They couldn't help but be taken aback. They only heard him continue. That situation is like when a person just entered his mother's womb. He was hit by a hammer. The last laugh was simply wretched to the extreme. The Heavenly Emperors understood tacitly and cracked their lips into wretched smiles. The Demon Empress spat and scolded. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. She turned her head and pretended not to hear. The maniac sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yekwang was panting. He glared and roared, Shuelehan, can't you fucking speak less? In the dark, the real Emperor East Sovereign, who knew his brother's personality, well covered his face. If you didn't speak, he might still speak less. Once you speak, it's really over indeed. This, His Majesty Donghuang, was already grinning from ear to ear. He chuckled and said, Do you know who hit the hammer so hard at such a crucial moment? Wu Yekwang leaped up, furious. Shuelehan, wow! He was so embarrassed that he couldn't even finish his sentence. Shuelehan dodged left and right, his movements extremely nimble. Emo Ching-Ching, Ziwuji, and the others acted as his accomplices. stopping Wu Yekwang, who was about to go berserk. They urged him one by one. Hurry up and speak, hurry up and speak. It seemed that people's gossiping mentality was the same regardless of whether they were men or women, high or low in status. He was especially interested in the embarrassing stories of people of the same rank as him. His Majesty Dong Huang laughed heartily. The place where the frenzied sword Heavenly Emperor is in seclusion is so secretive that ordinary people naturally don't know about it. How could it be smashed by a hammer? Moreover, it was such a crucial strike. Ha ha ha. This guy was obviously trying to extort him. The demon empress might have turned her head away, but her ears were perked up to listen. It was obvious that she was very interested in this information. But this guy stopped at such a crucial moment, obviously to keep them in suspense. That's right, why? Zi Wuji asked cooperatively. The others also revealed curious looks in their eyes. You want to know? His Majesty Dong Huang asked with a smile. Of course. The group of heavenly emperors nodded. His Majesty Dong Huang raised his head. But I don't want to tell you. Everyone was speechless. Damn it. This guy was really asking for a beating today. Wu Yekwang heaved a sigh of relief. His face was purple and he was panting heavily. He thought to himself, this guy still has a bottom line after all, but he didn't expect His Majesty Dong Huang to show his true colors in the next moment. Buying information in the pugilistic world costs a lot of purple cloud coins. You actually want to get information from me without risking anything? This sentence directly exposed more than half of his identity as the #1 bandit. Fortunately, everyone's interest was now piqued by his topic. No one thought of anything else and just urged him. Isn't it just money? Just name your price and I won't bargain. What kind of people were present? To these people, purple cloud coins were just a bunch of numbers and didn't have any more meaning. They could take out as much as they wanted. His Majesty Dong Huang took the money and beamed with delight. Then he said contentedly, let me tell you, the one who hit the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor. Shuai Leihan'll fight it out with you? Wu Yekwang rushed up desperately, but was stopped by Mo Qingqing, Ziwuji, Meng Jinghui, and Mo Huichen at the same time. They winked at him. Hurry up and say it. We've already paid. We're most interested in this kind of information. It's the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor's first wife. Haha. His Majesty Dong Huang's schadenfreude had reached the extreme. Wu Yekwang has always been a playboy. Usually, he uses his handsome face to flirt everywhere. That day, he even wanted to become the most handsome man in the world so that he could continue to flirt. That sister-in-law got angry and hit him with a hammer at the critical moment. Ha! It's so satisfying. Everyone's eyes widened in an instant. There was such a thing? Zi Wuji cursed from the bottom of his heart. What the fuck? There's such a thing. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. While everyone was laughing, they also felt incredulous. There was actually such a weird wife in this world. In order to prevent her husband from flirting, she directly hit her husband into a dwarf with a hammer. The problem was with the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor's identity and status. As long as he didn't destroy his manhood, no matter how ugly he was, he could still have endless luck with women. His Majesty Dong Huang said with some regret, it's a pity that sister-in-law hit the wrong place with her hammer. If she really hit the part related to flirting, then our maniac sword Heavenly Emperor would really be honest. Sigh, for the sake of a mountain, all was for naught. Lamentable, lamentable. The group of celestial emperors were overjoyed, each and every one of them sighing. That's right, it's such a pity. It's really such a pity. Why couldn't sister-in-law hit it more accurately? What's the use of hitting the top part? She should hit the bottom part. Uft. Haha. Makes sense. Wu Yi roared madly. Shuai Leihanyi, you and I are irreconcilable. His Majesty Dong Huang put his hands behind his back and said lightly, if you want to be irreconcilable with Shuai Leihan, it doesn't matter. I'll wait for you at any time. I'm just afraid that you won't dare to come. But in his heart he thought, what has your irreconcilable relationship with Xue Leihan got to do with me? When you two fight, I'll definitely watch the show from the side. To be honest, I haven't seen two heavenly emperors fight yet. Please don't be irreconcilable, or the scene will definitely not be fiery enough. Xue Leihan, who was in the dark, only felt that his heart and liver were swollen from anger. At this moment, he finally realized one thing. Choosing this bastard to impersonate himself was the most unwise, most stupid, and most unforgivable mistake he had ever made in his life. There was no other. After this mess, the originally elegant and graceful His Majesty Donghuang had completely degenerated into a little ruffian, like a city hooligan on the streets, like that again. Even if it were Tan Tan, GMO, Ning Tai, and the Tang clan's third young master Tang Yongwei, they would still have to admit defeat, bow their heads, or even kneel down and worship him. He was simply too domineering. His Majesty Donghuang, who wanted to cry, was simply about to vomit blood. Xie Danqiong smiled for a while and continued to walk forward. But in his heart he asked himself, is this guy really His Majesty Donghuang's biological brother? Brothers from the same mother? This character. How can there be such a huge difference? This is a little exaggerated. 8th place, Heavenly Emperor Zue Wuqing of the Extreme Heaven. Heaven and earth are heartless. Zue Meng Wuqing of the Extreme Heaven. Heavenly Emperor Zue of the Extreme Heaven was originally the pivot of the various heavens and earth. However, due to the transcendent existence of the saint, this Heavenly Emperor Wuqing was almost completely ignored by everyone. He was directly pushed to the edge by a few other heavenly emperors. 9th place, Heavenly Emperor Wu of the Green Heaven, Mo Qingqing. Only my green heaven and earth. 10th place, Northern Heaven, Heavenly Emperor Yen Yang of the Red Heaven, Long Yinghuan. Northern Heaven, Long Yinghuan. After meeting with all the heavenly emperors, it was the most important segment. Ascending to the last step of the stairway to heaven, ascending to the position of Heavenly Emperor. Although the MC Mu Tsonglan had a high position, it was his first time assuming the role of MC. A coronation ceremony was made by him like a wedding ceremony for newlyweds. However, not a single person objected to it. Who said that a coronation ceremony should be like this? This was Ink Cloud Heaven, the world of Jade Flower Great Emperor. If Jade Flower Great Emperor said there was no problem, then there was no problem. As for DE and Empress, they also had no objections. Not only did they have no objections, a few people were even envious, because when they ascended the throne, due to their unstable foundation, they were far from such a grand display. At this moment, Mu Tsonglan was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He shouted loudly, "Invite Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, Jade Flower Great Emperor to ascend the throne." The sound of drums sounded all around. DE and Empress stood up at the same time and stretched out their hands. This was an attitude, expressing their support. Of course, a few people's expressions were complicated and somewhat anxious, as if they were waiting for something. However, under such circumstances, they could only express courtesy. Xie Danqiong laughed, cupped his hands, and said, "Many thanks." His body floated, and with a whoosh he pulled out countless afterimages. He had already reached the bottom of the first step to the next level. At this moment, the cannon salute sounded. For a moment, heaven and earth shook, and white smoke rose, covering the sky and earth. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look. It was at this moment that Chu Yang made his move silently. The real, great emperor, Jasper Flower, entered the tribulation space with a whoosh. Xie Danqiong's afterimage was left behind, and the cannon salute was fired. At this moment, before the first step, there was still a Jade Flower Great Emperor standing solemnly. Chapter 2400. It was just that this Jasper Flower Great Emperor was already a different person. Donghuang Xue Leihan. Xue Leihan had an elegant temperament to begin with, and Xie Danqiong was also from an aristocratic family. Apart from the lack of Donghuang's majestic aura, their temperaments were not very different. If Xie Danqiong were to impersonate Xue Leihan now, it would be extremely difficult. However, Xue Leihan impersonated Xie Danqiong perfectly, not to mention others. Even Brother Jie couldn't tell the difference at all. Only Madame Mei, Xie Danqiong's wife, could tell at a glance when she saw this impersonator, because this fake Xie Danqiong didn't have that kind of deep love for her at all. Besides, she didn't have that kind of impulse to jump into his arms the moment she saw him. This was especially important. But no matter what, this impersonation was already a complete success. Just like that, silently in front of all the heroes of the world, surrounded by DE and Empress, the impersonation was successfully impersonated. Even the Demon Empress, who was already aware of this matter, didn't notice this trick. Xue Leihan's eyes flashed with a faint murderous intent. This time, Dong Huang had already made up his mind to use Xie Danqiong's appearance to start a massacre. He would kill all those who dared to come and cause trouble at this moment until their blood flowed like a river. I haven't killed for so many years, I seem to miss it. It also makes people forget the majesty of DE and Empress back then. Looks like Zi Hao is still right. There's no need to show mercy to those who deserve to be killed. Let me make the world tremble for once today. Xue Leihan's impersonation of Xie Danqiong had a gentle smile on his face. He was calm and confident. No one could see that on this gentle and confident face there was also a dark and cold murderous intent. And once this murderous intent was unleashed, it was enough to slaughter the world. The MC's voice was filled with heartfelt excitement as it boomed. After suffering so much, the people of Mayun Heaven finally welcome their destiny today. The land of destiny welcomes the true master of Mayun Heaven. Jasper Flower Great Emperor's ascension to the throne is exactly what the people of Mayun Heaven hope for. All the people of the world are sincerely convinced. Just as the MC was shouting himself hoarse, a certain fake Jasper Flower Great Emperor was about to step onto the first step. Suddenly, someone shouted like a thunderclap. I'm not convinced. Emperor Jasper Flower's footsteps suddenly halted. Then someone laughed coldly and said, how can a mere Xie Danqiong be the celestial emperor of a region? I'm also not convinced. In the next moment, another person said, what do you mean by no one is convinced? I refuse to accept this. What virtue and ability do you have? You're nothing more than making up the numbers, vainly attempting to seize the position of a celestial emperor. How disdainful! This series of voices caused the entire place to fall into an unprecedented silence. In the next moment, a holy light suddenly bloomed in the sky. Many rainbows flashed across the sky, and several figures appeared in the sky. One in the east, one in the south, one in the north, and one in the west. Although these 4 people came from different directions, they gathered together and stood together in the sky. They looked at Xue Leihan, who was disguised as Xie Danqiong, with an attitude of looking down on the world. Their unscrupulous intentions were obvious. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to feel astonished from the bottom of their hearts. This included even the few heavenly emperors who were completely unaware of this. It must be known that at such a celestial emperor's ascension ceremony, when DE and Empress were gathered, there were actually people who jumped out and clearly expressed their intention to cause trouble. This was directly equivalent to slapping DE and Empress in the face. Should this group of people be said to be retarded, or should they be said to be retarded? However, regardless of whether they were idiots or had ulterior motives, the 4 people who came were all super experts. Not to mention other things, just their ability to transform into rainbows was already no small matter. That was the universal illumination realm that only high-level sages and above could achieve. In other words, these 4 people who came had at least reached the level of high-level saints. They might even be infinitely close to the peak of saints. Any one of these experts, no matter which world they were in, was a top-notch, ruthless character. Although they couldn't be compared to DE and Empress, they weren't inferior to the 7-star guards of the various big worlds. What are your intentions for coming here to cause trouble? Mu Songlan took a deep breath and shouted angrily. He asked what are their intentions, but he didn't ask about these people's identities and origins. This undoubtedly showed that Mu Songlan knew these people and was completely aware of their origins. Moreover, he was inexplicably shocked. At least Mu Songlan himself wasn't confident that he could deal with these people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked but directly attacked. Even an expert like Mu Songlan knew that he was no match for them. From this, it could be seen that these four people were extremely powerful. In the north, there was a person dressed in white. He had a scholarly and handsome appearance and had a graceful demeanor. He laughed softly and said, "Our Mayan heaven is changing the world and is about to appoint a new emperor. This is a huge matter. With such a grand occasion, how can I, Zhuang Shaoqin, not come to join in the fun and broaden my horizons?" He smiled softly and said, "Moreover, I was deceived by the heavenly demon in the battle with Yuan Tianji 1,000,000 years ago. How can I not wash away this humiliation and end this karma?" Mu Songlan said coldly, "Zhuang Shaoqin, if you want to wash away this humiliation and end this karma, why don't you find Yuan Tianji early on to determine the winner? You shouldn't have come here to cause trouble after Yuan Tianji was killed. The person you are looking for isn't here." Zhuang Shaoqin smiled. General Mu's words are wrong. Although Yuan Tianji has become a dead ghost, he was still the heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud. Although the previous heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud is dead, the successor is still around. I naturally have to find him to fight. Moreover, Ink Cloud Heaven is going to appoint a new heavenly emperor. Then, the new heavenly emperor's cultivation should at least be able to convince the masses. Right? Now that I'm standing out, it's nothing more than to throw a brick to attract jade in front of the heroes of the world, to let His Majesty, the Sky Emperor, show his peerless cultivation. I'm really well-intentioned. How can you say I'm making trouble?" Zhuang Shaoqin spoke vehemently. His smile was very gentle and honest, and he looked neither servile nor overbearing. Mu Songlan gritted his teeth in hatred. Although he knew that this person was twisting words and forcing logic, but when the previous heavenly emperors ascended the throne, there was indeed such a saying. However, the situation this time was special and was different from the past. This Zhuang Shaoqian was one of the few peerless experts in Ink Cloud Heaven. Back then, he was as famous as the Seven Kings. In the battle for the heavenly emperor's throne, he was defeated by Yuan Tianji and was seriously injured. From then on, he disappeared. Mu Songlan thought that this guy had already fallen, but he never thought that at such a critical moment, this guy would actually jump out of thin air and challenge Xie Danqiang. There was no doubt that he wanted to humiliate the Jade Flower Emperor. For a moment, he was at a loss and was at a loss. Mu Songlan suppressed his anger and turned to ask the person from the east, "Su Yuncheng, what are you doing here?" Su Yun had a square face and big ears. His face looked like a rich man, but his eyes flashed with a cold light and said, "The ancient law of the heavenly imperial court, the strong are the kings, the weak are the ministers, the position of the heavenly emperor, must be held by someone whose martial strength can surpass the world. Yuan Tianji was able to hold the position of heavenly emperor that day, precisely because he defeated all the people who competed for the position of emperor that day. What ability does Xie Danqiang have to dare to occupy this position? If I defeat Xie Danqiang, then I will be the heavenly emperor. If I can't even hold the position of emperor, how can I protect the peace of this world?" The person from the west clapped his hands and praised, "Not bad, not bad. I, Nie Qianlong, also have the same idea. The heavenly emperor's throne will take turns. If others can do it, why can't I? If you want me to give up, Xie Danqiang will have to defeat me personally." The person from the south was also a handsome man in a white robe. 3 strands of beard fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal. At this moment, he had a faint smile on his face and elegantly said, "That's right. I, Chu Wuliang, also have the same idea." When these 4 people appeared and announced their names, everyone who knew these 4 people turned pale with fright. Divine Lightning Frost King, Zhuang Shaoqin. Golden Blade King, Su Yuncheng. Sky Flipping Spear King, Nie Qianlong. Great Deer Mountain King, Chu Wuliang. These people were all famous king-level experts of the Black Cloud Sky. They were all top figures on par with the Heart King, Soul King, Book King, Painting King, and others. They were not inferior in the slightest. 1,000,000 years ago, in the battle to decide the Heavenly Emperor's throne, even with Master Yuncheng's personal support, these 4 people still stood out to challenge Yuan Tianji. These people's cultivations were all top-notch. Although they looked dignified on the surface, in reality, every one of them was unruly and lawless. Demon Empress Yao Exen frowned slightly and said lightly, "How dare the 4 of you be so presumptuous in front of me?" Demon Empress's words were equivalent to forcibly taking the blame for herself. However, these 4 people were happy when they heard it. They all thought to themselves, this Xie Dan Qiong's cultivation is indeed not high. The Demon Empress is actually so nervous that she doesn't hesitate to lower herself and forcibly take action. Divine Frost King Zhuang Shaoqin bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, the Demon Empress is wise. The heavenly emperors of the past have all been through millions of blood pools and tens of thousands of battles. How can Xie Dan Qiong be an exception? Besides, this is the coronation of the heavenly emperor of the Black Cloud Sky. In the end, it is Black Cloud Sky's family affair. Your Majesty, although your cultivation is high and you benefit the world, but if you intervene in our Black Cloud Sky's family affair, it seems that you are overstepping your boundaries. It's not very appropriate." Demon Empress was furious when she heard this. "Are you saying that I don't know my limits?" The Demon Empress was a heavenly emperor. Her words were always the law. No one dared to criticize her face to face. Although Zhuang Shaoqin's words were tactful, he was still saying that the Demon Empress was meddling in other people's business. How could the Demon Empress not be angry? Moreover, the process of the real and fake heavenly emperors was too mysterious. Everyone was deceived. The Demon Empress really thought that the Xie Dan Qiong, there was still the real Xie Dan Qiong. Now that she wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss, Zhuang Shaoqin's words gave the Demon Empress an excuse. She had a reason to be angry. Chapter 2401. Although Zhuang Shaoqin and the rest were already the top experts in the world, they were still nothing in the eyes of the Demon Empress. If they really fought, even if the 4 of them attacked together, they could only contend with the Demon Empress for a while. It was impossible for them to escape the fate of defeat. Both sides were at odds, and the Demon Empress was about to attack Zhuang Shaoqin and the rest. At this moment, Extreme Heaven, Merciless Heavenly Emperor Zue Wuqing stood up and said, "Your Majesty, Demon Empress, please calm down for now. The appearance of these 4 people is indeed a little abrupt. However, Zhuang Shaoqin's statement is also somewhat reasonable. If a heavenly emperor can't deter the world with his true ability, how can he stand side by side with you and me and be known as the Emperor and Empress? Besides, these 4 people are still from Mo Yuntian. Previously, they participated in the competition for the position of Heavenly Emperor. It's reasonable for them to ask for the position of Heavenly Emperor today. Taking 10,000 steps back, this is indeed a family matter of Mo Yuntian." Dong Huang Shuelean at the side sneered and interrupted. "Does this mean that the Extreme Heaven Emperor thinks that this method is reasonable? Speaking of which, I'm originally from the Extreme Heaven. If one day I rush to the Extreme Heaven and kill your entire family, will it only be a family matter of the Extreme Heaven? I don't think you'll blame the Eastern Royal Heaven for it, right?" Long Yinghuan, the blazing sun, celestial emperor of the Crimson North immortal realms, spoke. "Your Majesty, Donghuang's words are wrong. There's a suspicion that you are overstating things. Your Majesty Donghuang's origin is no longer important. What's important is that you are now the overlord of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. Your every action and action is inseparable from the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. Shuel Leihan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Longing Huan, are you saying that if a person achieves something outside of his hometown, he will no longer be considered as a native of his hometown? What kind of bullshit are you spouting? If you, Longing Huan, become a dog in my Eastern Royal Heaven, are you saying that you're just a dog when you return to your hometown? Longing Huan was furious and said coldly, Shuel Leihan, how dare you speak so rudely? Are you really going to go against me no matter what? Shuel Leihan raised his head and sneered. Go against you? Are you worthy? What's more, each and every one of you is opposing Mo Yuntian. This emperor just doesn't like the look of it. To think that I'm purposely opposing you. Heavenly Emperor Yan, other than being good at distorting the truth, you're also very good at sticking gold on your face. What's wrong? Are you trying to make use of my Donghuang's reputation to raise your status? He snorted coldly and said, It's a pity that no matter how much you improve, you're still as despicable. Longing Huan was so angry that his hands and feet were trembling. He said furiously, Shuel Leihan, in the history of heavenly emperors ascending the throne, which one of them didn't go through all kinds of hardships and dangers? Which one of them hadn't narrowly escaped death? Who else could have ascended the throne so peacefully and smoothly? You're speaking empty words and acting recklessly. What's more, you're being unreasonable by attacking me. What are your intentions? The Celestial Emperor's Ascension ceremony is not over yet. It is only natural that someone would challenge the Celestial Emperor's strength. Without sufficient strength, it was difficult for him to accept the masses. How could he become the Celestial Emperor? Longing Huan loudly said, This is a rule that has been around for thousands of years. Who can break it? How can the Jade Flower Great Emperor be an exception? The everlasting Emperor of the Daluo Heaven, Ziwuji, smiled faintly and said, Heavenly Emperor Yanyang is right. These are indeed the rules of the heavens. But I want to ask these few local challengers of the ink cloud sky, when the heavenly limit was still around, what were the few of you doing? When the Jade Flower Great Emperor was fighting against the extraterrestrial demons, where were you? Who was the one who quelled the extraterrestrial demons? And who is the one who brought the turbulent ink cloud sky back on the right track? Now that all the dangers are over, you jump out to pick the fruits of the labor and accuse the great benefactor of the entire ink cloud sky of not being qualified. Do you think you're right? The South Pole Heavenly Emperor of Ice and Snow, Mengjing, replied, Brother Z, you're wrong. Back then, Yuan Tianji didn't give himself away. It was only the Jade Flower Great Emperor who had the foresight. When Yuan Tianji exposed his extraterrestrial demon true body, it was also the time when he disappeared. These 4 people weren't nearby. How could they have arrived in time? Not to mention participating in the battle? Brother Z's statement, I'm afraid it's a little nitpicking. Buter Heavenly Emperor Mo Huichin said indifferently, no matter what, it's an indisputable fact that these people didn't participate in the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. At this moment, facing the great benefactor of the entire ink cloud sky, they spoke rudely and rashly challenged him. This point is even more undeniable. Big Western Sky's mad sword, Heavenly Emperor Wuyakwang said, even if these people's actions are more or less in the wrong, but what they're doing now is actually following the past practice of the Heaven Imperial Court. This point can't be overturned in the end. Even that year, His Majesty the Sage Monarch had also specially talked about this kind of matter. The Heaven Imperial Court is originally a world where the strong are respected. If you want to find people with noble morals, there are many great scholars in this world. But those people lack the strength to truss up a chicken. How can they manage one side of the world? Protect the peace of one side. Green Sky Heaven's Wei Heavenly Emperor Mo Qingqing said coldly, according to Brother Wu's meaning, Xie Danqiang, the great benefactor of the entire ink cloud sky, being killed by ink cloud sky on the spot at the most glorious moment of his life is also a matter of course, isn't it? I can only scoff at this kind of statement. I really don't dare to agree. De and Empress opened their mouths to speak, and those with discerning eyes could see it. De and Empress, this world's highest echelon, finally formed two distinct factions at this moment. One faction was led by Dong Huang Shueleihan and Demon Empress Yao Xian, fully supporting Ink Cloud Sky's Jade Flower Heavenly Emperor. There was also Buter Heavenly Emperor Mo Huichin and Daluo Heavenly Emperor Ziwuji, also obviously standing on Shueleihan's side. As for the other side, it was led by Merciless Heavenly Emperor Zui Wuqing, Flaming Sun Heavenly Emperor Longing Huan, Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yekwang forming a faction. Whereas South Pole Sky's Ice and Snow Heavenly Emperor Meng Jinghui's stance was a little ambiguous, leaning more towards Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing's side. Green Sky's Heavenly Emperor Mo Qingqing, on the other hand, was slightly leaning towards Shueleihan's side. But to be fair, these two people's stances were basically still the same, not leaning more towards any side. The two factions were tit for tat. In terms of strength, Shueleihan and Demon Empress's faction could be said to completely crush the other party. But in terms of background, the other party still had Sage Lord Yun Shangren's support. If this was the case, the two sides could be considered to be evenly matched, roughly on par, and no side could have the absolute upper hand. Among the millions of people below, there was someone who sneered, "What's there to debate about? Why don't we just let them go up and fight? The winner will be king. Then wouldn't everything be fine?" Jade Flower Heavenly Emperor's might is awe-inspiring in the ink cloud sky. It can't be that he doesn't dare to accept my challenge, right? Although this person's voice wasn't loud, it spread throughout the entire place. Obviously, there was someone who was adding fuel to the fire. For a moment, there were people from all directions who started to clamor because of this, saying one after another, "Yes, yes, the strong will be respected, the winner will be king." There were even people who stood out and raised their arms, shouting, "Fight! Fight! Fight! Let me, the Jade Flower Great Emperor, teach these clowns a lesson. The strong will be respected, the winner will be king. The strong will be respected, the winner will be king. I, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin, have never been afraid of challenges." That's right. If you don't prove your strength, how can you be the ruler of a part of the world? These people were jeering from all directions, and some people who didn't know the truth also started to chime in. In an instant, there was an uproar. Mo Tianji, who was at the side, closed his eyes as if he didn't hear it, but the divine senses that spread out remembered each and every one of these people who started to cause trouble. If one of them dies a good death, I won't be able to continue living anymore. The master of calculation and manipulation was really angry. What Mo Tianji couldn't understand the most was that Xie Danqiong had clearly saved Mo Yin Tian, and this was something that everyone in Mo Yin Tian, from the elderly to the children, knew. But when someone instigated trouble, these people actually followed blindly without thinking. In fact, they were really interested in watching their savior fight a bloody battle against a strong enemy, even if there was the danger of losing their lives. They weren't worried at all. The deep-rooted bad habits of humans. Mo Tianji's eyes became colder and colder, and there was even a feeling of disgust rising. Zui Wuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of Merciless Heaven, smiled coldly and looked at Shueleihan without giving in at all. He said lightly, "Before I came here, His Majesty the Saint Monarch had specially instructed, the imperial court has laws and the martial world has limits. The laws can't be abolished and the speed can't be exceeded. Everything must be done according to the original rules, and no mistakes can be made." Shueleihan's pupil shrank, and he said indifferently, "You mean you're using Cloud Master to pressure me?" Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing smiled. "I didn't mean that. I'm just repeating His Majesty the Saint Monarch's words. It's just that whether it's reasonable or not, if Jade Flower Emperor doesn't dare to accept the challenge of these people in front of the heroes of the world, then, even if you become the Heavenly Emperor in the end, what's the point? What dignity is there left?" Zui Wuqing's words really hit the nail on the head. Yes, whether it was right or not, whether it was reasonable or not. But Xie Danqiong was indeed in a difficult position now. In front of tens of millions of people, if they were to cower in fear and avoid battle, all of their dignity and face would be gone. Now that things had come to this, no matter how they argued, this battle was destined to be unavoidable. At this moment, Jade Flower Emperor, who was standing in front of the first step, slowly turned around. His handsome face was full of seriousness, and he said in a deep voice, "It's indeed useless to say more. Since I want to ascend to that position, there are some challenges that I have to face. If you want to fight, I'll fight. However, swords have no eyes. If you die in my hands because of this, don't regret it. People have to pay the price for their own actions. The path of life and death is nothing more than one in front and one behind. Take a step forward, and there's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. Take a step back, and there's a vast sea and sky." This Jade Flower Emperor said coldly, "Challengers, you'd better be prepared to die first." In this sentence, the murderous intent was already naked and no longer concealed. It showed that once they started fighting, it would be a situation where they would fight to the death. There was no such thing as a competition between the strong and the weak. There was only life and death. Chapter 2402. He was dead drunk yesterday, but very happy. His friends came to congratulate him on moving to a new place. The drinking session was simply heartwarming. 42 people. After excluding the women and children, there were 33 people left. 33 men finished 25 bottles of white wine. Cough, 40% white wine. They all collapsed. Excerpt a few excerpts for everyone. Excerpt of the phone call after they arrived at the hotel. "Captain, damn it, why aren't you here yet? Did you die on the way? Comrade, damn it, I'm running, who the hell are you? Captain, damn you. Comrade, then damn you? Captain, I'm your second uncle. Comrade, second uncle is also an uncle. Who the hell are you? Captain, why do you care who I am? Damn it, it's not even 3 minutes. Comrade, damn it, wait, we're here. That table, at the beginning. One guy said, I have fatty liver, I can't drink. Another immediately showed his medical record. Look, I have heart disease, I'll drink. Fatty liver is nothing, another said. I drove here. Immediately, everyone at the table jeered. Damn it, you think we can't afford a car? Another guy said, I didn't drink at my wedding, I can't drink. Everyone at the table shouted, You don't need to drink at your wedding. You just need to do something else. Immediately, someone joked, Do what else? A comrade secretly got married during a vacation without informing anyone. He came today and suffered a lot. One guy said, Damn it, the groom is here. Who the hell is this? He looks like a dog. Another said, Damn it, you don't even know the groom. Didn't you drink at the wedding? This guy continued, Whoever drinks at the wedding is a bastard. Everyone at the table jeered. Who? Who went to the wedding? Damn it, come out and let us see this bastard. So everyone shook their heads he didn't go. Then they all fired. Damn it, he didn't invite us to the wedding. Then everyone began to ask, What does the bride look like? Is she fair? Is she fat? Does she feel good? Is she good? Damn it, can you be more specific with your words? Is she good? Call them over and strip them naked so that we can check them out. In the end, the bridegroom kept bowing and begging, but was not forgiven. He had no choice but to drink a bottle of wine as an apology. He collapsed before the banquet even started. That comrade in Jinan, the one who lent me money to buy a house, was attacked as soon as he arrived. Everyone at the table was from Laiwu. He was the only one from Jinan. Therefore, everyone roared together, Let's kill this Nan man first. After 2 rounds, this guy collapsed under the table this morning. I was sleeping when a friend called me. Bro, I remember that you moved yesterday. Did I go? I was confused on the spot. This brat got drunk last night and did a lot of goose-stepping in the hotel. She actually doesn't remember anything, so I said, You didn't come. He apologized profusely. Brother, I'm really sorry. I drank too much last night and couldn't make it. I'll make it up to you in the afternoon. Haha, this feels so good. The word count is limited, and it's almost 1,000 words. Stop. Also, just to make it clear, soldiers are like this when they're together. Full of vulgarities. If you don't like it, you can ignore it. Please forgive me. Chapter 2403. The four of them laughed at the same time. Cheonghua is really bold. However, we have been roaming the world for millions of years and have already seen through life and death. It would be a real pity if we accidentally hurt Brother Xie. They didn't address Xie Danqiong as Emperor Cheonghua, but called him Brother Xie. Obviously, they didn't acknowledge Xie Danqiong's identity and status as the Heaven Emperor. Xie Danqiong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. With his hands behind his back, he said calmly, "Don't regret your words." Zui Wuqing, the Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing, said at the right time, "Before I came, His Majesty had solemnly instructed that although Chu Wuliang and the others' feelings were understandable, their actions were a little extreme. However, it's fine for everyone to compete, but we mustn't damage the harmony between us, and we mustn't fight to the death either. After all, the heavenly demons are running rampant now, and their desire to destroy the heavenly imperial court has yet to die. We have to conserve every bit of our combat strength and be prepared to fight the heavenly demons at any time and quell the heavenly demon threat." Long Yinghuan said emotionally, "His Majesty is really far-sighted and far-sighted. It's so touching." Donghuang Shueleihan sneered and said sarcastically, "Far-sighted? Far-sighted? Why didn't I see it? Although everyone can say beautiful words, just based on someone's pretentiousness, it really makes my teeth ache. I've only heard these 2 sentences, and it's already enough to make me lose my appetite. I'm really fucking unlucky. Why did I forget to look at the almanac when I went out today? Especially when I'm dealing with trash like you. How can I forget to look at the almanac? This is this emperor's mistake." Zui Wuqing said coldly, "Shueleihan, are you looking down on His Majesty's decision? Or are you questioning His Majesty's decision? Or are you objecting to His Majesty's decision?" Demon Empress Yao Exano said coldly, "Look down? Decision? What's there to talk about? Since when did he look up to him? Besides, it's not just His Majesty the Donghuang who feels this way. Even this Empress has lost her appetite after hearing this. Speaking of which, this Empress has looked at the almanac today. Although everything is going well today, with Yuri's promotion, this Empress has to be wary of villains. However, villains are hard to find, but fake emperors are everywhere. However, only a fake emperor in the world who can do this can truly reach the peak and succeed in everything. For example, His Majesty the Sage Monarch is like this." Zui Wuqing's pupils contracted. "Your Majesty, your words are like the wind. It's too late for regrets. There are some words that you have to bear with the consequences." Yao Exan are sneered. "Consequences? What consequences? Is there anything in this Heaven Imperial Court that I, Yao Exaner, cannot bear?" She said coldly, "From what you said earlier, I can hear another layer of meaning. The Saint Lord actually knew beforehand that someone would come to challenge him, and even miraculously knew who the challenger was. Such a prophetic ability is indeed not something my generation can match. Since young, I admit that I am not as good as him. It's just that as the ruler of the imperial court, not only did he not take the initiative to calm things down, he even added fuel to the fire from behind. In such a situation where it is impossible to get off the tiger, he actually said that the bigger picture is more important? What big picture? Did he see the big picture? It's simply laughable to the extreme." Donghuang Shueleihan said mockingly, "As the saying goes, one has to erect a chastity memorial arch after committing adultery. Isn't it referring to this bastard?" After a pause, she added another word, "egg." He originally just wanted to say bastard, but then he remembered that his sister was the Saint Lord's wife. Saying that the Saint Lord was a bastard was equivalent to saying that his sister was having an affair. He felt that it was inappropriate, so he added the word egg. Heavenly Emperor Wuqing's face swelled. He knew that he had said something wrong, but he was speechless for a long time. At such a time, any explanation would be useless. At this moment, Chu Wuliang had already turned into a long rainbow. He took the lead and rushed up to the sky. Standing in the void, he turned into a golden figure that was emitting brilliant golden light. He said sternly, "Xiadanqiong, come up. In front of the heroes of the world. Show the means that you have to become the heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud." Xiadanqiong floated up slowly. His figure was tall and straight, and his clothes were fluttering. He flew up to the sky and stood in front of Chu Wuliang. He said indifferently, "Chu Wuliang, you have also lived for a long time. You should know that the so-called life and death are sometimes really simple. If you are alive, you can continue to enjoy life and continue to command the world. But if you die, then no matter what you were called when you were alive, you will only have one name after death, and that is corpse." The next moment, Xiadanqiong continued very seriously, "I sincerely hope that you can consider carefully." Chu Wuliang laughed strangely and said, "Does Jade Flower Great Emperor mean that you will kill me? Do you have the confidence to kill me?" These words were obviously meant to provoke him. Xiadanqiong had a sincere look of pity on his face. He didn't evade and said softly, "Killing you is like killing a chicken. It's not worth mentioning at all." Chu Wuliang was so angry that he laughed and said, "In that case, Brother Xia, please take the trouble to send me off." As he spoke, this great deer mountain king already held his sword in his hand. The long sword flashed in the air, and a sword light suddenly shot out. It was as round as a pillar and as long as 1,000 feet. This sword aura was extremely magnificent. It didn't slash at Xiadanqiong, but at the void. Everyone who saw this scene was dazzled. It was really a show of strength to gain the upper hand. Xiadanqiong stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was still a faint smile on his face, and his expression didn't change. It was as if he didn't see that shocking sword. "Xiadanqiong, you said it yourself. You can't complain when you send me off in the netherworld." Chu Wuliang obviously knew the importance of this great Emperor Qianghua in Mo Yuntian. He confirmed it again in front of everyone, so as not to arouse public anger. However, his action also exposed his killing intent. It was obvious that he had made up his mind not to let Xiadanqiong live. Xiadanqiong was still calm. He said softly, "Come on. Don't miss the time." Chu Wuliang let out a long and loud cry. His voice shook the entire area. Everyone's heart tightened. They saw an even more splendid and magnificent light rise from his hand. Then he brandished his sword, and it turned into a gigantic tiger. Its entire body was gorgeous and resplendent. Then it pounced towards Xiadanqiong. Tiger-killing sword. The knowledgeable people were all shocked. This sword was driven by pure spiritual energy. It condensed all the energy into essence. Once the sword was launched, it had the power of a tiger king that could swallow the sky and the earth. It was said that a tiger king could swallow the sky and the earth. Ordinary tiger kings of the demon clans didn't have the qualification to be crowned as kings if they couldn't reach such a level. Chu Wuliang's sword was to kill the enemy. Secondly, it was to intimidate the crowd. Thirdly, it was to show his strength. In other words, he had reached the qualification to be a king. He was qualified to be the Heaven Emperor. This was the meaning behind it. That giant tiger, which was 1,000 feet tall, shook its head and wagged its tail. Countless sword lights came roaring from it. Xiadanqiong had already changed his appearance and reappeared beside Chu Yang, but his complexion changed in an instant. I would have made a fool of myself on the spot if I had been the one on the stage. Even if I don't lose in one move, it's only a matter of time. This was the difference in the level of one's foundation. It had nothing to do with talent or hard work. There was no way around it. However, Xiadanqiong was still standing in the sky like a mountain. His upper body didn't move, and his lower body didn't move. He didn't dodge at all. There was still a confident smile on his face. He turned his wrist, and a white viburnum flower appeared in his hand. He slowly recited, "Viburnum, flowers bloom. Hundreds of flowers wither. Dark clouds compete in the sky. With a long cry, the pure and holy jasper flower spun and flew out." The moment it left his finger, it was clearly just a jasper flower, but as it left his finger, it quickly split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with jasper flowers, dazzling everyone's eyes. At this moment, countless beautiful flowers bloomed in the sky at the same time. It was really beautiful. Everyone was dazzled at this moment. They almost lost their minds in the face of such a magnificent scene. The sea of viburnum flowers blotted out the sky and the sun. Naturally, they also drowned the giant tiger at the same time. New viburnum flowers bloomed continuously. Layer by layer, they seemed to be blooming continuously until the end of the world, and they seemed to be blooming in everyone's heart. However, this boundless beauty also contained boundless murderous intent. Everyone realized at this moment that when the viburnum flowers bloomed to the peak, it was time for the murderous intent to appear. The viburnum flower emperor didn't hide her murderous intent at all. Even in the face of St. June's warning, she still insisted on doing it. It was a sure-kill situation. In the sky, the viburnum flower emperor's long recitation continued. "Blooming for a lifetime no one knows. Today I've reached the peak." Xiaodanqiong was also dazzled by the scene in front of him. He sighed and said, "The viburnum flowers can bloom to such an extent. This is really a realm that I've never dreamed of. This life has an end, and the future is endless. It turns out that my previous path is so wonderful." The next moment, an extremely shrill scream came out. In the sky, the great deer mountain king Chu Wuliang turned into a long rainbow and flew out quickly. However, no matter how hard he tried to dodge in the sky, he couldn't escape the pursuit of the viburnum flowers. The tiger-slaying sword had already been broken into pieces. Facing such a shocking move, the great deer mountain king Chu Wuliang was scared out of his wits and tried to escape. However, the sea of viburnum flowers filled every inch of space that he could escape from. He had never dreamed that the viburnum flower emperor, who was reported to be only at the level of a saint, could unleash such a powerful force that could kill him. The long rainbow was blocked by the rolling viburnum flowers. It dashed left and right and gradually scattered. However, the viburnum flowers were still blooming. They were still boundless and omnipresent. Finally, the viburnum flower emperor chuckled and said indifferently, "You didn't show up to kill the demon, but now you're quite active in the fight for fame and fortune. What's the point of keeping such a person alive? Just watch me kill him to eliminate the internal conflict." Suddenly, the world became clear and empty. Something unexpected happened today. In the afternoon, I received a call and got off the plane with the people from the game company in Jinan. I hurriedly picked up my brothers and asked them to have dinner together. When they arrived at the hotel, it was already 10:30 p.m. I came back to write quickly, "I'm sorry for the late update. I'm even more sorry for only updating one chapter. But please believe me, I'm really exhausted. I don't know if you can understand." Chapter 2404. In the sky. The hundreds of millions of blooming viburnum flowers in the sky suddenly disappeared. Only a soulless figure was left in the sky. Chu Wuliang was standing in the sky, covered in blood. His face was a deathly gray. There was no vitality in his eyes. That arrogant and domineering face was now filled with despair. There was no resentment. The jade flower great emperor in the sky smiled with pity and said, "The road to hell is long. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Chu Wuliang, you should be prepared to die. I won't burn incense for you on this day next year." The jade flower great emperor said softly, "Because you don't deserve it." As the words "you don't deserve it" were spoken, Chu Wuliang's body suddenly exploded into pieces of flesh, like a blooming viburnum flower in the sky. It bloomed from head to toe, every inch of his body. This cruel scene appeared in the shape of a blooming viburnum flower, which gave people a cruel and beautiful visual impression. The viburnum flower gradually bloomed to Chu Wuliang's feet. Finally, it all disappeared with a pop sound. He had completely died in this world. A master of a generation, an all-powerful master for 1,000,000 years, finally came to an end today. Then, the Xie Danqiong in the sky suddenly raised his head and made a soft sound of surprise. He reached out his hand and seemed to have caught something. He said calmly, "There is such a thing?" He put some strength into his hand. With a pop sound, a wisp of faint green smoke spread out from his hand. He clapped his hands and took out a snow-white silk handkerchief embroidered with viburnum flowers. He wiped his hands carefully and then threw it away. The snow-white silk handkerchief spun. It flew straight up into the sky and didn't fall down. No one knew where it flew to. It only flew to a white cloud and then disappeared quietly. The whole place fell into a dead silence again. Even the descendants of D.E. were speechless because of the shock. Who would have thought that this unknown great emperor Jasper Flower would actually be so powerful? The famous Deer Mountain King, the top master of Mo Yuntian. He was defeated by one move of the Jade Flower Great Emperor. He was turned into nothingness. Now that he thought about it, he was just like a clown when he used the rainbow and killed the tiger with his majestic appearance. Look at the Jasper Flower Empress. She just stood there without moving, and with a casual toss of her hand, countless jasper flowers filled the sky. It transformed into a sea of jasper flowers that drowned the heavens and the earth, drowned the heavens, and drowned everything it wanted to drown. What did this mean? What did this mean? No matter how you jump around like a clown, this emperor only needs to wave his hand or flick his finger to turn you into ashes, drown, annihilate. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were useless. It was all just a dream. She thought she was infallible and was willing to do it. Only disillusionment was the fastest. Heavenly Emperor Merciless Zue Wuqing, Heavenly Emperor Blazing Sun, Heavenly Emperor Longing Huan, Heavenly Emperor Maniac Sword, Heavenly Emperor Wiekwang, and the others' expressions changed drastically, because, even if they were facing Chu Wuliang, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Of course, it was possible to kill him without much effort, and it would not take more than 3 moves. However, it was still impossible for him to do it so effortlessly. He could annihilate the enemy without the slightest trace of smoke or aura. As the saying goes, killing the enemy with a wave of one's hand while laughing. Actually, from the moment the flowers were everywhere in the sky, the demon empress Yao Exai had already been relieved. Although the initial attack and the series of moves that followed were the signature moves of the Jasper Flower Empress, the demon empress knew that the Jasper Flower Empress obviously didn't have such a standard. She was far from reaching such a realm. A peerless expert could see through the details, especially when Yao Exai knew about a possible mystery. She naturally knew. The one who attacked just now must be Donghuang Shualeihan. In fact, the demon empress herself admitted that even if she attacked personally, she might not be able to do it better. Donghuang Shualeihan was indeed the most powerful person after De. There was another meaning. The substitution was successful. Just when did the switch happen? You even managed to fool this empress. Yao Exener exclaimed in surprise, but she also heaved a sigh of relief. A relaxed smile appeared on her face. At this point, the outcome was already decided. With Shualeihan here, as long as a saint didn't attack, no one could force Shualeihan's real body out. However, even if a saint didn't care about his identity and attacked personally with Shualeihan's strength, he could still make a mess. Even if Shualeihan couldn't win in the end, she still had her. Anyway, in the demon empress' heart, today's situation was already decided. As for the other heavenly emperors, everyone's expression was very similar. Everyone was dumbfounded, stunned and dumbfounded. It was really like seeing a ghost. The Jasper Flower Empress actually had such a cultivation level that she could kill Chu Wuliang so easily and happily. This unexpected result made everyone stare with their eyes wide open. For a moment, they didn't know what to do, especially the extreme heaven merciless Heavenly Emperor Zue Wuqing and the Qi-Bei Heavenly Emperor Yenyang Longinghuan. As for the other opponent, the maniac sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang's face also showed an extremely complicated expression, but it was only for a moment. Just this bearing alone was enough to make his evaluation surpass Zue Wuqing and Longinghuan. In the sky, the Jasper Flower Empress's white robes fluttered. Her eyes were warm and peaceful. She said lightly, "I wonder when the other challengers will fight with me? However, in my opinion, there are only 3 of you left. Why don't you all come up together?" These words seemed to be said casually, but the domineering aura that leaked out was completely revealed. The Frost God King Zhuang Shaoqin, the Golden Blade Heavenly King Su Yunqing, and the Sky Flipping Spear King Nie Qianlong. The 3 experts looked at each other. Their faces were filled with sincere apprehension and surprise. There was also an unconcealable fear. When it came to the Great Deer Mountain King Chu Wuliang's cultivation level, no one knew it better than the 3 of them. If it was a battle of life and death, none of the 3 dared to say that they could definitely win against the Great Deer Mountain King. But now, the Great Deer Mountain King Chu Wuliang, this top expert who could share the limelight with him, actually died in the hands of the Jasper Flower Empress without a sound. If it was a one-on-one battle, who would dare to go up? Not only was that purely seeking death, but it was also the most thorough death. The 3's desire to challenge was instantly extinguished. However, how were they to deal with that order? For a moment, the 3 were in a dilemma. At this moment, the Jasper Flower Empress, dressed in snow-white robes, stood proudly in the sky. Her figure was tall and straight, and her face was elegant and calm. At this moment, who knew how many girls in the black cloud sky had fallen head over heels for her? In this lifetime, when they dreamed about it, they would probably be accompanied by that elegant figure standing in the sky. So many years later, today's scene would still be imprinted in the hearts of everyone who participated in the ceremony. Everyone thought that no Heavenly Emperor's elegance could overshadow the Jasper Flower Empress today, including the sage, including the Eastern Sovereign. No one knew that the current Jasper Flower Empress was His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign, completely unleashing his killing intent. However, the unique elegance of the Jasper Flower Empress turned into endless charm, endless scenery. Seeing that the 3 of them didn't say anything for a long time, the Jasper Flower Empress revealed a contemptuous smile. She said, "What are you waiting for? Come up. Didn't you want to snatch the position of Heavenly Emperor? If you don't even have the courage to come up and fight." The Jasper Flower Empress smiled faintly. "Don't tell me that these few cowards all have the extravagant hopes of becoming the Heavenly Emperor of the Black Cloud Sky?" This sentence was as sharp as a talisman that hastened his death. All the people of the Black Cloud Sky were shocked. That's right. These few people were said to be peerless experts, and they did look like experts. But so what? What qualifications did they have to compete for the position of Heavenly Emperor of the Black Cloud Sky? They didn't show up during the demon slaying war. When everything was settled, they came out to cause trouble. They were delusional. And now, facing the unfathomable and powerful Jasper Flower Empress, they didn't dare to make a move. What qualifications did they have to be the Heavenly Emperor of the Black Cloud Sky? What qualifications did they have to compete for the position of Heavenly Emperor of the Black Cloud Sky? If one of these people really became the Heavenly Emperor of the Black Cloud Sky, what hope did the Black Cloud Sky have? They would be reduced to citizens of a third-class world. For a time, all was silent and the crowd was speechless. However, an unprecedentedly dense air of doubt filled the air. Pairs of doubtful eyes were fixed on Zhuang Shaoqin and the other 2. Zhuang Shaoqin and the other 2 sighed in their hearts. Was the mission this time to completely eliminate the forces of the Black Cloud Sky? But based on the current situation, the cultivation of the Black Cloud Sky's Jasper Flower Empress was far beyond the intelligence report. But now they were already in a situation where it was hard to get off. Even if they fled for their lives and were lucky enough to escape for a while, they would still face the endless joint pursuit of DE and the others. You can die in battle, you can be defeated. Even if you commit suicide on the spot, it will be considered an end. Because you came for the family matters of the Black Cloud Sky. But if you provoke them first and run away once you know you are no match for them, it would prove that you are purely here to cause trouble. Since that is the case, it is equivalent to offending the dignity of DE and Empress. You must pay the price of your life. Facing such a pursuit, there was absolutely no chance of survival. The three of them were in the same dilemma, and it was difficult to choose. At this moment, the Demon Empress' cold voice sounded. Since the three of you are here for the position of Heavenly Emperor, why don't you fight? Below, Donghuang Shualehan also said coldly, why don't you fight? Green Firmament Heavenly Emperor, Mo, Qingqing said coldly, the jasper flower has already bloomed. Why don't you fight? Exalted Heavenly Emperor Ziwuji raised his head and looked at the three with cold eyes. He said indifferently, why don't you three fight? Could it be that the so-called challenge is not real, and you are deliberately provoking us? As soon as these words came out, all the heavenly emperors snorted heavily in unison. Although Zue Wuqing and the others didn't want to snort like this. This represented the dignity of DE and Empress. Chapter 2405. Under the watchful eyes of millions of people, Su Yunqing and Nye Qianlong's bodies gradually disappeared. From their lower body to their upper body, they slowly disappeared. One could clearly see the heartfelt shock on their faces, and regret. But during this process, they didn't say a single word. Everyone who knew the strength of these two people couldn't help but shiver. The Jade Flower Great Empress waved her hand in the air and then rubbed her hands together. It was unknown what she rubbed, but a wave of ripples appeared in the air. Below! Everyone was silent, including the peerless experts of this generation, like DE and Empress, especially the extreme heaven, merciless, heavenly Emperor Zue Wuqing, who had always been against the Jade Flower Great Empress, and the Qibei Heaven Emperor Yinyang Longinghuan. Both felt a chill run down their spines, because the two heavenly emperors suddenly realized that the Jade Flower Great Empress had been hiding her strength all this time, but her actual cultivation had obviously surpassed the two of them. In fact, it had surpassed them by quite a bit. Just from this battle alone, the shocking strength displayed by the Jade Flower Great Empress was almost on par with the East Emperor and the Demon Empress. Such a monstrous figure had actually appeared in the world. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the Jasper Flower Emperor calmly and effortlessly annihilated the four extraordinarily powerful king-level enemies in an instant, in a manner that had already reached the pinnacle of beauty. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, for extraordinarily active and even arrogant lives disappeared just like that. However, it didn't give people a feeling of cruelty at all. Instead, it was filled with melancholy towards life and death. Not only was there no fear, but it was also filled with inexplicable melancholy. And in this melancholy mood, the Jade Flower Great Empress stood with her hands behind her back, looking at the people and the world with a compassionate expression. Such a peerless and transcendent demeanor had instantly caused a tsunami of cheers from all the people of Dark Cloud Sky. Jade Flower Great Empress, Jade Flower Great Empress. Dark Cloud Jade Flower is unparalleled in the world. In the midst of the tsunami of cheers, the Jade Flower Great Empress still had a faint smile on her face, facing the world calmly. It was as if everything that had happened before was not a test at all. Instead, it was just an insignificant trick to impress everyone. That was all there was to it, not worth mentioning. The master of ceremonies, Mo Yuntian's grand elder Mutsanglan, was also extremely shocked. In his heart, he was well aware of Xie Danqiang's level of strength. It was impossible for him to have such strength. Otherwise, why would he have needed to expend so much effort when he fought against Yuan Tianming? Mu Songlan knew every single one of the 4 people who had appeared just now. They were all peerless experts with standard king level strength. Although they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Zhu Yuantian, they were already on the same level as a 7-star guard and weren't inferior in the slightest. However, such super powerhouses were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of the current Xia Danqiang. They couldn't withstand a single blow and could be destroyed with a flick of his finger. What kind of valiant strength was this? Such a glorious and invincible image appeared in this coronation ceremony. It was simply to match the birth of a super idol. Moreover, it was the highest ruler of Mo Yuntian. It could definitely sweep away the haze of Mo Yuntian being ruled by the heavenly demons. How could Mu Songlan not be excited? This excitement had even made him ignore the big question of why Xia Danqiang had such a powerful cultivation. Because to the current situation, it wasn't important. Naturally, he didn't know that the Jade Flower Great Emperor in front of him wasn't Xia Danqiang himself, but the world-famous Donghuang Shualehan. He also didn't know that in order to completely establish the name of the Jade Flower Great Emperor, Donghuang Shualehan had used almost all of his strength in those few moves just now. On one side, they thought that they were just facing a young Jade Flower Great Emperor and were looking down on him. On the other side, it was actually Donghuang Shualehan who was much stronger than the other party in terms of cultivation. Looking at the entire Heaven Imperial Court, other than the only saint, Donghuang Shualehan was invincible in this world. He hadn't really fought for tens of thousands of years. Now that he was showing off his skills, who in the world could withstand it? This battle was destined to be a one-sided trampling right from the start. Even though they finally realized that the cultivation of the Jade Flower Great Emperor wasn't something that they could go against, and even vaguely realized who the person opposite them was, it was already too late. Whether it was his aura or his battle strength, they had been weakened by more than one level. Even revealing the person's true identity was an extravagant hope. Jade Flower Great Emperor, please ascend to the throne. Mu Songlan's voice was trembling. It wasn't because of fear, but because of excitement from the bottom of his heart. Everyone believed that this time there would definitely be no more unforeseen events. Even if there were some ignorant provocations, what was it in front of the Jade Flower Great Emperor? They were just clowns. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This voice was very light, and the volume didn't seem to be very high. However, everyone heard it clearly. Moreover, with the appearance of these 3 words, everyone suddenly had a subtle feeling in their hearts that they should indeed wait for a while. This was a powerful mental bewitchment. In an instant, he had only used 3 simple words, but it had already had a considerable impact on millions of people. How terrifyingly strong was this person's mental strength? In the sky, the Jade Flower Great Emperor tilted his head slightly and stared at the clouds. An inexplicable solemnity finally appeared on his calm face. A gentle voice said, "The ascension of the Jade Flower Great Emperor is a grand occasion. I should congratulate him no matter what." Along with this gentle and intoxicating voice, a spotless snow-white figure appeared in the sky. It seemed both real and illusory, but it was also hard to grasp. The newcomer was tall and handsome, and his temperament was extraordinary. He stood in the sky like this, but it was as if he was taking a stroll in the bamboo forest. He was filled with a sense of leisure. His eyes didn't have any sharpness. Instead, they were filled with friendliness and gentleness. It made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. This person didn't look old, but he gave people the feeling that he had existed in this world for hundreds of millions of years. Moreover, this person's figure was filled with an illusory and unreal feeling. It was as if he didn't belong to this world. His eyes looked gently at the Jade Flower Great Emperor in the sky, as if they didn't contain any hostility at all. He smiled and said, "Brother Xia, I would like to ask for your advice." May I? From top to bottom, including DE and Empress, everyone was stunned when they heard this. This was because the appearance of this person had undoubtedly displayed an incomparably powerful and shocking cultivation. However, no one knew who this person was. No one had ever seen him before. Even in the rumors, there had never been such a person. But how could such an outstanding person be so unknown? No, there was one more person who knew who this person was. Xue Leihan. Xue Leihan knew who this person was. Looking at this person who suddenly appeared, Xue Leihan's eyes flashed. Then he regained his usual gentleness and said in a gentle voice, "You're brilliant." "I'm afraid I'm not your opponent," that person laughed and said in an extremely confident manner, "Brother Xie, you're too humble. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, how many people dare to say that they can take that move just now? I'm just excited to see you and want to ask for your advice." "Brother Xie, please show mercy," Xue Leihan smiled with a slightly helpless expression. He tilted his head slightly and said, "I'm afraid the one who should show mercy is me." The moment he tilted his head, a deep pain flashed across Xue Leihan's deep eyes. That trace of extremely deep hatred was firmly concealed. This person in front of him might be able to hide from everyone in the world, but he couldn't hide from Xue Leihan, Cloud Lord. The person in front of him was the publicly acknowledged #1 person in Heaven Imperial Court, Cloud Lord. Xue Leihan had fought with Cloud Lord more than thousands of times in his life. No one knew better than Xue Leihan about the means that Cloud Lord had. Therefore, although Cloud Lord's appearance had completely changed and was no longer his original appearance, Xue Leihan still recognized him at a glance. This was the appearance that Cloud Lord had once used. Back then, it was this appearance that caused a great battle with Xue Leihan and Zihao. In the end, all three of them were defeated and injured. That battle was extremely tragic, and Xue Leihan almost lost his life because of it. How could Xue Leihan forget this hateful face after such an unforgettable experience? Even though it had been hundreds of thousands of years since then, it was still vivid in Xue Leihan's mind and engraved in his heart. Or it should be said that this figure wasn't the real Cloud Lord. It was just a clone projection of Cloud Lord, the saint. Although this clone projection was a powerful clone whose strength had reached the level of Emperor One, it was still an illusion. However, this was only an illusory image. The real Cloud Lord was probably still hundreds of thousands of miles away. Even so, this figure still appeared to be real here. There wasn't even any part of it that was illusory. Xue Leihan didn't know what he was feeling. He took a deep breath and exhaled gently from his mouth and nose. "Right now, I actually have the upper hand. I've already recognized the other party's true identity. It's the projection of Venerable Cloud's clone. Venerable Cloud must have thought that the attack he was confident in was nothing but a joke, so he couldn't help but make a move himself. This also showed Master Cloud's misgivings towards this new heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud. No matter what, he wouldn't allow Xie Danqiong to truly ascend to the throne as the heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to take the risk of offending the whole world. Xue Leihan sighed in his heart. Even if you have this intention, it's a pity that man proposes but God disposes. Even if your clone takes action personally, it's already impossible to stop it, because you don't know who exactly you're facing. Writing is a bit messy. I'll take a day off tomorrow to organize my thoughts. Chapter 2406. It was very difficult. This afternoon, I used my fastest speed to read through the parts of the world defying stage Heavenly Imperial Court. Writing up to this point, it was indeed a step at a time. In other words, this chapter was a process of challenging myself. Finally, it was coming to an end. No matter how reluctant I was, I still had the obligation to write a perfect ending for the heaven-defying palace. Perhaps after writing it out, many people would say, it's a lousy ending. But as long as I feel anger from the bottom of my heart when others say the words lousy ending, I will feel at ease and not feel guilty, then I will have done my best. So by then I'll have a clear conscience. But I have to admit that the end was the hardest to write. To be honest, I know what you want to see. For me, I can set it to fight all the way from now on. This kind of plot is the easiest to write. I just need to set new opponents and keep on winning. Although it's easy to write like this, I don't want to. The hardest to write is precisely those water chapters that you think are the transitional chapters. Such chapters need to be written, laid out, and transitioned. But I'll try my best to make these chapters as interesting as possible. This is the only way I can let you feel a trace of joy when the plot is dull. My ideal is, when the plot is tense, everyone will be tense. When the important plot is over, those dull moments can make you laugh. This may be where my value lies. After thinking for a long time, the next part of the story, from the beginning to the end, was the most difficult part to write. The holes in the front must be filled, and the lines at the back must be written well, and I alone need to straighten out these 7 million words in my heart. Let the past be covered in dust. Let the future be smooth, and let the holes that have not been filled play their role. Then, calmly, let our heaven-defying palace reach its glory in another world. Tomorrow I'll rest for a day, and the day after tomorrow I'll write the final plot of the heaven-defying palace with all my might. I'll try my best to keep updating, but if there's a jam, I'll ask for leave. During this period of leave, even if I'm a deity, I won't be able to make up for it, because this is the most tiring time. So, everyone can calculate, in the next book I'll make up for it all. But I can guarantee one thing, I won't owe too much. The enmity between Xue Leihan and the Saint, as well as Di and Empress, would be the highlight of the Heaven Imperial Court. It would also be the last enmity between the proud world and Xue Leihan. It needed to be resolved by Chu Yang. Therefore, after Mo Yuntian's ascension to the throne, I'm afraid that you will never be able to guess the plot before you see it. Let me get ready. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was now, so he had to cherish it. When you scold me, please be gentler. In the middle of the night, I sat in front of the window, quietly thinking about the plot of Proud World. I sighed deeply. It was really difficult. This is the most tiring book I have ever written. I will never write about someone as tiring as Chu Yang. This is the oath I made when I was halfway through writing Proud World. Because he was tired, I was even more tired. Chapter 2407. Yes, although this clone projection was extremely powerful, it didn't have the saint's ability to see through everything. He naturally didn't know that the person he was facing now wasn't the real Xia Danqiong, but Donghuang Xue Leihan. If he knew, he wouldn't have appeared so hastily today. Since he appeared now, it was equivalent to creating a chance for him to destroy the saint's clone. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity that had been delivered right to his doorstep. The best part was that he didn't reveal his true identity. It was only right and proper to kill him here. Xue Leihan's true battle intent that had been dormant for hundreds of thousands of years burned fiercely for the first time after Zi Hao's death. He could even feel his blood flowing like a river in his veins, surging violently. But his face was still calm and confident, gentle, sincere, and polite. He allowed the killing intent in his heart to hit the shore like raging waves. But on the surface, he flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, "If so, please make your move." With a flash of light, the beautiful viburnum flower appeared at his fingertips again, shining with a dreamlike blur. Donghuang instantly retracted all the divine consciousness and aura that was exposed outside. Even the part that was originally hidden as a foreshadowing was also retracted, all of it returning to the depths of his dantian. Facing this very powerful enemy, although Donghuang wasn't afraid and even wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be good if he accidentally let the other party discover that he wasn't Xia Danqiong. Even though Donghuang was confident that he could kill the person in front of him, the biggest prerequisite was to not leave any hidden dangers. Once there was a mistake, it would definitely be a major hidden danger for the future. There was only one thing that was beyond doubt, and that was that this battle was inevitable. Xue Leihan definitely wouldn't let this guy, who didn't know the truth, go. Killing Venerable Cloud's clone of Venerable Cloud's divine sense was beneficial to all parties involved. The eyes of the person in white flashed, looking calm and confident. He looked at Xue Leihan indifferently and said with a smile, "Looks like Brother Xia's battle intent is quite high. Just the courage to fight with me is already commendable." Xue Leihan said indifferently, "Your strength is astonishing. How would I dare to not go all out?" Xue Leihan took a deep breath, his gaze focused. "Although I've just arrived at the Heavenly Imperial Territory not long ago, I'm still confident that I've heard of most of the top experts in the Heavenly Imperial Territory. However, I didn't know that there was such an outstanding figure like you in the Heavenly Imperial Territory. May I know your name?" In fact, this was also the question that everyone wanted to ask. Judging from the aura of such a powerful person, he had at least reached the same realm as D.E. and the others. However, they had never heard of such a person before. This was, without a doubt, a miraculous event. Although Xue Leihan already knew the other party's true identity, he still had to ask this question, because the other party thought that he didn't know. Because the current him was not Donghuang Xue Leihan, but the Jade Flower Emperor Xie Danqiong. "What is your name?" "You can call me Mr. Wu." The white-robed man had a carefree expression. "Mr. Fog?" Xue Leihan sneered inwardly. "Cloud Master, Mr. Fog. Regardless of whether the clouds and mist originated from water, the cloud has a physical form, or the mist has a microscopic form. You really know how to come up with names." The jade flowers slowly rotated again, and that layer of dreamlike, blurry scene gradually appeared. Xue Leihan's body didn't move, and his fingers didn't move, but the number of jade flowers gradually increased, slowly extending outwards. One by one, the jade flowers flew out extremely elegantly. Some were in full bloom, some are budding, and some are only half-open petals. There were all kinds of postures, extremely graceful and charming. At this moment, everyone, including D.E. and the others, felt that they were obviously enjoying an extreme visual feast. They didn't realize that what was in front of them was a battle of life and death, a battle of the century that wouldn't end until one of them died. The white-robed man who called himself Mr. Fog had a serious expression on his face for the first time. His two hands slowly extended out of his sleeves. Suddenly, with a shake, his two hands silently entered the sky, full of jade flowers like butterflies. Xue Leihan let out a soft whistle and slowly raised his voice. "When the jade flowers bloom, the jade flowers come. When the jade flowers bloom, the heaven and earth will fall." As soon as he said that, his body suddenly started to rotate rapidly, as if forming a man-made hurricane, and the jade flowers in the sky actually followed his body's rapid rotation, surging up like the waves of the sea. Just now, it was clearly calm and peaceful, but in the blink of an eye, it was already a raging wave, no longer peaceful. At this moment, the endless jade flower petals were rotating, flashing and dancing because of that strong hurricane. All of them flew towards the source of the hurricane, Mr. Fog. However, even though the hurricane swept through the jade flowers in the sky, as far as the eye could see, there were still jade flowers everywhere. It was as if they had already extended outwards from here, all the way to the ends of the world. Although the hurricane was powerful, it could only shake a part of it. It was impossible to completely destroy the entire sea of flowers. At this point, a trace of unconcealed astonishment finally flashed across Mr. Fogg's eyes. How could such a viburnum flower sea and viburnum flower sky appear under his powerful attack? The changes before his eyes were obviously no longer a matter of technique. The key was his own cultivation. The scene before his eyes was completely dependent on his extremely dense cultivation to be able to unleash the jade flowers to such a shocking and unshakable level. Mr. Fogg obviously didn't expect that the cultivation of this newly ascended Jade Flower Great Emperor had already reached such a level that it could shake him. He knew that the long moan from the Jade Flower Great Emperor was probably just an illusion. What he said was definitely not the truth. This was the sea of jade flowers. And when the sea of jade flowers boiled to the extreme, it would evolve into the jade flower heaven. If it really came to the jasper flower sky, even he would probably be injured here. After all, the one here now was only a doppelganger. He wasn't the only self-saint in the true sense. If it really reached the level where the jade flower heaven was formed, this doppelganger alone wouldn't be able to withstand it. Since he already knew the result, he naturally had to avoid it from happening. Therefore, Mr. Fogg let out a long laugh. His body that was originally spinning at an extreme speed suddenly stopped, no longer fighting against the countless jade flowers. The next moment he had already turned into tens of thousands of doppelgangers, as if shooting out through the gaps of every jade flower. In the next moment, the countless doppelgangers returned to the air and merged into one. He rose into the air and laughed. The jade flower Great Emperor's cultivation is really good. I acknowledge your position as the Heavenly Emperor. The jade flower Great Emperor is indeed worthy of the title. Mr. Fogg's figure rose into the air and instantly rushed to the top of a white cloud. Then, that white cloud rose up without any warning and carried his body into the distance. Higher and higher, further and further. In the blink of an eye, he had already completely disappeared. Since things couldn't be done, he made a prompt decision to retreat immediately. There was absolutely no sloppiness. Below, Xue Leihan's white robe was as white as snow. A hint of depression appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. He never expected that the doppelganger of the Great Emperor would be so decisive. It was just a brief exchange of blows, and he immediately fled. So decisive. I probably still acted too hastily. Xue Leihan sighed in his heart. If he had first engaged him in a prolonged battle, as long as he deliberately created some false impression that he was at a disadvantage, he would most likely be able to retain the other party. Then, at the crucial moment, he would use the jade flower heaven with all his cultivation. Then, there was an 80% chance that this Mr. Fogg could be retained. Even if he couldn't completely kill him, he would be able to severely injure him. That would definitely be an inestimable injury to the Great Emperor Cloud. However, he had used the jade flower sea right from the start. Its power was really too shocking. In the end, he had alerted the enemy and scared the other party away. It was really an extremely serious miscalculation. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Xie Danqiong, because then he would definitely face the most tragic revenge of the Great Emperor. And Xie Danqiong, the entire Mo Yuntian, currently couldn't bear it. Below, everyone, including the Demon Empress and the others, all stared at the jade flower Great Emperor in shock. For a moment, the entire place was silent. There were millions of people here, but one could actually hear a pin drop. The jasper flower sea and the jasper flower sky that had yet to be completed had truly intimidated everyone. From now on, all the participants had a clear understanding in their hearts. So extreme beauty is death, just like the jade flower sea and jade flower heaven just now. Below, when the real Xie Danqiong saw this scene, his eyes overflowed with fiery light. So, the jade flower could be used like this. This was the real jade flower, the jade flower sea, the jade flower heaven. Xie Danqiong murmured. Beside him, Chuyang smiled and said, "That's still not the limit, jade flower limitless." Xie Danqiong's whole body shook, and he almost jumped up. But the master of ceremonies' voice had already sounded. "The mountains bow down, heroes bow down. Jade flower Great Emperor, your name is well deserved. Jade flower Great Emperor, please ascend to the throne. Become the pinnacle of the world, an unparalleled hegemony." The jade flower Great Emperor in the sky laughed and said in a clear voice, "Since that's the case, let the jade flowers bloom all over the Mo Yuntian. Jade flowers bloom all over the world. There's no place that doesn't have them." Before his voice died away, the jade flower heaven suddenly exploded. In an instant, there really was no place that didn't have jade flowers. Everywhere was filled with traces of jade flowers. and the figure of the jade flower great emperor also split into countless afterimages in that instant and landed. Just as everyone was dazzled by the beautiful illusion in front of them, Chu Yang, who had been paying attention to the situation in front of him, took a step forward quietly and solemnly stretched out his hand, as if he was going to help his brother ascend to the throne as an elder brother. Of course, no one would deliberately pay attention to him at the moment. Those with high cultivation, such as the emperor and the empress, were all looking at the jade flowers in the sky with heavy hearts, thinking, if I were to encounter this move, how would I deal with it? Would I be able to deal with it if I used all my strength? Chapter 2408. Those with low cultivation bases were all cheering, so beautiful. Today is really the most beautiful day in my life. And at this moment, the real Xia Danqiang quietly came out of the tribulation space and stood at the bottom of the stairs. And Dong Huang Shui, Lei Han naturally retreated and quietly hid in the void again. No one knew where he went. These two swaps were carried out perfectly and could be said to be flawless. Everything that followed was carried out in a logical manner. Xia Danqiang calmly walked up, step by step, and accepted the worship of the people of Ink Cloud Palace. Finally, he sat on the throne of the Celestial Emperor and looked down at the world. The continuous cannon salutes sounded for a whole 2 hours. The invincible Celestial Emperor Ink Cloud. The invincible viburnum flower. At this moment, Ink Cloud Palace's reputation of being blinded by the extraterrestrial demons was swept away. The people of Ink Cloud Palace really straightened their backs for the first time after the Yuan Tianjia incident. Many people were so emotional that tears streamed down their faces. You have Dong Huang. We have the viburnum flower emperor. You have the demon empress. We have the viburnum flower emperor. You have the saint. We have the viburnum flower emperor. Long live the viburnum flower emperor. It was unknown who was the first to shout in a hoarse voice. Immediately after, tens of thousands of people echoed. For a moment, the shouts shook the heavens and earth. Lu be careful of those people. Chu Yang transmitted his voice amidst the commotion. Lu said calmly, the targets have all been locked on. I've confirmed that none of them have escaped. Chu Yang nodded happily. Chu Lu didn't make a move at any of the occasions of the ceremony. She preserved the most complete battle power and the 10 heavy pills that she carried with her all for this moment. With her unparalleled poison skills, she used invisible poison on those who had caused trouble when someone challenged her, as well as those who had ulterior motives to cause trouble. When she was doing this, Chu Lu hid in the dark while those people took the initiative to jump into the light. Although they were still hidden in the crowd, for an expert like Chu Lu who had a saint-level divine sense, as long as they jumped out, they couldn't escape the control of divine sense and had nowhere to hide. These poisons couldn't be enough to control and kill these people because they were too scattered. However, he could be sure that the target would not get lost no matter where he went. We must make sure that no one escapes. Chu Yang's face was filled with worry and murderous intent. Understood. Chu Lu raised her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes filled with quiet confidence. Chu Yang's gaze swept over them. He discovered that Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others had almost recovered after recuperating for a while. However, the thing that surprised Chu Yang the most was that Tan Tan's recovery speed was even faster than Gu Duxing and the others. Right now, he had actually recovered to his peak condition. It seemed that this fellow had improved quite a bit this time. Go find Mo Tianji and ask him to arrange people for you. Chu Yang sent a telepathic message to Chu Lu. Then, when Xia Danqiang is holding a banquet to celebrate his ascension to the throne, and everyone inside is celebrating, eliminate all the targets outside. Chu Lu agreed. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Do we still have to follow the original method? Big brother, are you the one who makes the final judgment? Chu Yang said helplessly, I will also participate in this operation. I will execute some of them. Chu Yang already hated slaughtering those enemies who had no power to resist. He didn't want to do it at all. Chu Lu objected seriously. Big brother, now that the Ascension ceremony is over, it's the best time to slaughter those people and cut off the 10,000 saints' true spirit. I'm afraid you will have to be there for the entire process. Chu Yang was speechless. He said weakly, "All right, I got it." Chu Luo giggled. Her white figure floated towards Mo Tianji. Mo Yuntian was boiling with excitement. The Jasper Flower Monarch's unparalleled elegance and peerless divine arts immediately caused Mo Yuntian to erupt in jubilation. After a long time, the Jasper Flower Emperor came out and invited DE to leave first. This place was still in a state of extreme celebration. It wasn't until a month later that the excitement gradually subsided. That night, a grand banquet was held in the Jasper Flower Emperor Palace. Dong Huang must be the real deal. Xue Leihan's anger towards his precious seventh brother had reached an uncontrollable level. After leaving the Heaven Zen altar, he hurriedly found a chance to exchange for this fellow. It wasn't easy for him to get the title of Dong Huang. It was just a small amount of effort. It was basically ruined by that guy. That guy knew that he had caused a huge trouble. Once he saw the real deal, he wanted to run away immediately. How could he make it in time? He was directly restrained by Xue Leihan. Xue Leihan knew that his brother had a sharp tongue. He completely ignored that guy's pleas for mercy. He directly tied him up with a dragon snaring rope and threw him into his personal space. After everything was over, he would properly deal with this guy. Dong Huang's reputation was ruined just like that. How could this be a simple matter? On that night, what Xue Leihan had to endure wasn't just a little bit. Even though he had long been mentally prepared, in front of the group of heavenly thearchs and empress, the demon empress, Yao Exiner, faced him coldly. The heavenly thearch of Heartless was dissatisfied. The heavenly thearch of Maniac, Sword, glared at him furiously, and the heavenly thearch of Flaming Sun was icy cold. The only ones who were more or less friendly to this important Dong Huang were the heavenly emperor Ziwuji, the heavenly emperor Wei Emo Qingqing, and the heavenly emperor Stupa Emo Huichen. However, these three were old acquaintances of Dong Huang in the past. However, as time passed, Dong Huang didn't dare to guarantee anything. A friendly attitude didn't mean anything. Who didn't know how to put on a show? DE and the Empress side in this Ascension ceremony was at most a superficial attitude. Xue Leihan didn't dare to guarantee that everyone's thoughts were exactly the same as reality, especially towards the Heavenly Emperor Maniac Sword Wu Yekwang and the Heavenly Emperor Icy Snow Meng Jinghui. Xue Leihan was especially doubtful about these two people. He wasn't doubtful about their current positions, but because in the past many years ago, everyone's personal relationship was still very good. Now these two people were completely standing on the opposite side of him. This reality made Xue Leihan feel that there was something fishy about it. However, this kind of thing couldn't be asked in such an occasion. Putting aside the Emperor Dong Huang, who was despised by everyone, this meal, just on the surface, could be said to be a happy one for both the guests and the host. However, the surging waves in the dark didn't stop. Xie Danqiong could also feel this. Therefore, after a simple social interaction, Xie Danqiong said that his body was too exhausted from the continuous battles today. Thus, he excused himself and left the banquet, leaving this group of old friends and old rivals of millions of years to settle their personal relationships or matters. Although Xie Danqiong, as the host, was the first to leave the banquet, leaving only a group of guests here, this seemed a little negligent. However, to these people, this was a truly appropriate reception. They were all old friends who hadn't seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years. If a new person whom they didn't know were to come in, it would be the greatest pain to not be able to speak freely. Regarding Xie Danqiong, DE and Empress expressed their understanding on the surface. Although there were only a few battles today, none of the people Xie Danqiong faced were ordinary characters. The last person he faced, Mr. Wu, was an expert among experts. It was only right that Xie Danqiong was exhausted. If he was really unharmed and full of energy, then the rankings of DE and Empress would really be rewritten. Once the Jade Flower Emperor left, the Heavenly Emperor Extreme Heaven Merciless, Zue Wuqing, stood up decisively and said to Shuo Leihan, Emperor Donghuang's power is really earth-shattering today. It's really an eye-opener for me. I'm impressed. This sentence seemed to be easy to say, but the tone was really a little sarcastic. Shuo Leihan said lightly, Is that so? You're already earth-shattering with just a few words? Then in Brother Zue's eyes, this earth-shattering power is really quite easy. The Flaming Sun, Heavenly Emperor, Longing Huan, chuckled. Of course, when others say these words, they don't have such power. But when it comes from Emperor Donghuang, how can it be compared? It's really extraordinary, really extraordinary. Shuo Leihan glanced sideways and sneered. Then I'm afraid you're a little ignorant. This Emperor Donghuang didn't just become earth-shattering at this moment. Instead, I've already been famous for a long, long time ago. Not to mention this Emperor Donghuang saying a few words. Even if I didn't say a word, just by sitting here, this Emperor Donghuang's power is already limitless. And on this point, although the Flaming Sun Heavenly Emperor is famous, but this haha was really meaningful. In the Donghuang space, that imposter was curling his lips madly. You're still talking about me. What you're saying now isn't the same as what I'm saying. But how would he know that if he didn't lay the groundwork for him previously, the current Shuo Leihan wouldn't have to do this at all? For a moment, the smell of gunpowder in the hall seemed to be a little thick. At the last part of this banquet, the palace guards and palace maids all felt that they had inexplicably lost consciousness. Then they fell asleep and didn't feel anything anymore. When they woke up the next morning, they saw that the hall was very quiet. There was no movement at all. All the furnishings were in their original positions, as if nothing had happened. The only slight abnormality was that a jade spoon was broken into two. But this didn't seem to be anything unusual. In every banquet, there would always be a few tableware that were damaged. This time, only a jade spoon was broken. It really wasn't much, it was very normal. Everyone cleaned up as if nothing had happened, and went about their own business. Therefore, no one knew that last night in this hall, towards the end of the banquet, the smell of gunpowder gradually thickened. D.E. and the others had a battle in this hall. Well, to be more precise, it should be a chaotic battle. A group fight. Cough, I said it would be very difficult. But I didn't say it would be careless. I said I had to write the ending well, but I didn't say I would speed up and end it today. Chapter 2409. This group fight was really thorough. Donghuang Shuo Leihan displayed his valiant strength to the fullest. Facing the encirclement of so many people, he was actually able to attack from the east, attack from the west, attack from the south, and attack from the north. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all, and he even seemed to have some strength left. With the Demon Empress joining the fight, the hall was instantly divided into two groups. One group continued to attack Donghuang, while the other group dealt with the Demon Empress. The situation was in a stalemate. Even though the Demon Empress was much more powerful than the others, the other party had the advantage of numbers. Even if they could not win, they would not be defeated. With the strength of this group of people, if this stalemate continued, not to mention 1 or 2 days, 1 or 2 months, even 1 or 2 years would not be a problem. Fortunately, someone kicked Wu Yekwang's nose intentionally or unintentionally. Speaking of which, this could not be helped. Who asked someone to be too short? If it was someone else, the kick would only hit their lower abdomen. However, when it came to Wu Yekwang, it directly hit his nose for some reason, and Mo Huichen happened to be beside Wu Yekwang at this moment. Therefore, Wu Yekwang thought that it was Mo Huichen's doing and turned to attack him. On the other side, Meng Jinghui also joined the fight. At this point, the two groups changed from a targeted attack to a group fight. At first, everyone wanted to attack Shuo Leihan to vent their anger. However, later on, the fighting became more and more intense. Basically, everyone was facing 7 or 8 enemies at the same time. Anyway, other than themselves, everyone was an enemy. Everyone did not have a fixed target at all. Whoever was in front of them, they would attack. There was no such thing as a group division anymore. However, during this process, no matter how intense the fight was, there was no sound at all. Although there were differences in the actual strength of these people, in general, everyone was still at the same level. Moreover, they were all at the super level. Everyone controlled their strength perfectly and did not leak out a single bit. If they really fought, it would be like a thunderous punch as heavy as a mountain. However, if they did not succeed, it would be like a light wave that could not even kill a mosquito. However, there were still two people who were at a disadvantage: Meng Jinghui and Wu Yequang. Meng Jinghui was publicly acknowledged as the best gigolo. Before Xia Danqiong joined DE, Meng Jinghui could be said to be the most handsome man in this group. His face was exceptionally handsome. Therefore, the number of people who were beaten up today was also the most. Everyone wanted to punch this super gigolo in the face. As for Wu Yequang, it was purely an undeserved disaster. He was short in stature and would unconsciously attack his lower body. Often, the attacks aimed at his lower body would attract particularly fierce counterattacks. What was even more tragic was that because he was really too short, the other people casually raised their feet to the height of his shoulders. It was as if he had been beaten into a dazzling mess of colors. However, it was still the same. Because these people had a very precise grasp of their strength, they didn't damage anything in the hall at all. Everyone had a tacit understanding in their hearts. Whoever damaged something in front of them, this group fight would be over. And the one who damaged the item would be the ultimate loser of this fight. In the end, it was the jade spoon in front of Zue Wuqing that broke into two. Thus, the chaotic battle came to an end. However, compared to the others, Zue Wuqing was at least well-dressed. As for the others, apart from East Sovereign and Demon Empress, they were all bruised and battered. Among them, Wu Yequang, the Maniac Sword Heavenly Emperor, was the most miserable. At the last moment, he accidentally kicked up, and the landing point was actually the Demon Empress' chest. Although he didn't kick up, he was still beaten up ruthlessly by the Demon Empress, who flew into a rage out of humiliation. Then, everyone shouted and angrily beat up the hooligan. They pressed the Maniac Sword Heavenly Emperor to the ground and beat him up into a mess. However, all the accumulated anger from before had disappeared without a trace in this group fight. Perhaps on the general standpoint, everyone still had their own differences and their own insistence. However, when it came to personal grudges, there was almost no more. Who would have thought that such a hooligan-like fight would appear after DE? Everyone had a feeling that this gathering was probably the most peaceful one. And from now on, when they met again, it might already be another kind of bad situation. Therefore, in such a group fight, they vented all their personal grudges and dissatisfaction with each other in this group fight. In the future, you and I might be enemies, but that was a matter of standpoint and had nothing to do with personal relations. What kind of proud people were D.E. and Empress? They deliberately used such a chaotic battle to resolve the knot in each other's hearts. It was also an expression of pride. Today, I will fight in a chaotic battle, and I will have no regrets. Tomorrow, I will fight to the death, and I will have no regrets. From now on, there would be no history between enemies. This kind of method let many people vent the negative emotions that had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years in an instant. This had to be said to be a very strange thing. There was also one thing that the guards of the palace found very strange. When D.E. and Empress, these high and mighty kings, came in, every one of them was talking and laughing. Their demeanor was dignified and full of style, and their ostentation was even more awe-inspiring. However, when they left, each one of them left faster than the other, like a gust of wind. It seemed that even their faces couldn't be seen clearly, and they had already completely disappeared. Only Dong Huang and Demon Empress came out last. Only these two people still walked out immaculately and dignified. They said goodbye to each other and left slowly. Dong Huang is still the most dignified, and Demon Empress is still the most elegant. The guards all thought to themselves, unlike Maniac Sword Heavenly Emperor, who actually covered his face and ran away. I don't know what shameful thing he did, and on this night. On the other hand, the hunting operation outside was in full swing and was abnormally hot. Based on the clues provided by Chu Lu'er, Mo Tianji mobilized 300 saint experts and swept through the entire Chonghua city. Not a single person was caught. When Chu Yang carried out the goal of annihilating the true spirit, he felt horrified. This wasn't just 3 or 5, but 350 or 350. There were tens of thousands of people here, and they were densely packed as far as the eye could see. But they were dealt with by a sword just like that, and even their souls were annihilated even though he had no choice. Chu Yang still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He hated the mastermind of the myriad saints' true spirit even more. On this night, after Dong Huang and Demon Empress parted ways, they went back to meet again and had a secret talk. The only person who knew a little about this matter was the beautiful lady in white who had always been by Demon Empress' side. But she only vaguely heard Demon Empress ask, "Are you sure?" Then Dong Huang seemed to nod. Then the two sighed in unison. Then they discussed in low voices for a long time. But this time, no one knew what they were talking about. An extreme, heaven great emperor, Zue Wuqing, and Flaming Sun, heavenly emperor Longing Huan, also had a secret talk after they went back. Similarly, no one knew what they were talking about. It was just that the expressions on these two people's faces were extremely serious. It seemed that spies could also be contagious. Other than these two groups, Mo Huiqin and Meng Jinghui didn't return to Star Palace after they came out of the palace. Instead, after the two of them removed the scars on their faces, they walked among the common people. The two of them casually found a tavern to continue drinking. Of course, they also seemed to be discussing something. Obviously, no one would know that these two heavenly emperors went out to drink like two drunkards, but the common point was that Dong Huang and Demon Empress both sighed deeply at the end of their conversation. Zue Wuqing and Longing Huan also sighed deeply. This sigh, no one knew why everyone was sighing, but if it was heard by others, they would feel that these few people's sighs were filled with the same feeling: helplessness, powerlessness, anger, and all kinds of complicated feelings. That thick sense of loss. Xie Danqiong returned to his bedroom with a heavy expression. He was deeply aware of how difficult it was to reach the level of DE and Empress. If his cultivation was always at this level, then he would always be at the bottom of DE and Empress, not to mention whether others would agree with him. Even he found it hard to accept that he was already on par with those people. Although he had received Dong Huang's generous help today and passed smoothly, Dong Huang obviously couldn't help him forever. In the end, he still had to rely on his own strength. Xie Danqiong was silent for a long time and didn't say anything. Madame Mei looked at him worriedly. After a long time, she heard Xie Danqiong say in a low but determined voice, "No matter what, I can't let down the 4 words Jade Flower Emperor." Madame Mei's heart was filled with an inexplicable worry, because she knew that Xie Danqiong had already made up his mind to raise his own strength. And this process, to Xie Danqiong, would undoubtedly be endless cruelty. But although she was worried, her heart was filled with pride at the same time. This was her man. He would never be willing to fall behind others. He would never turn back and die 1,000 times. Right now, Mo Yuntian was back on the right track again. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian, although his position was high, his power wasn't very heavy. Perhaps it was more appropriate to say that he was a spiritual symbol. The specific matters that Xie Danqiong needed to worry about were actually very little. 10% of the work was shared by the original military officials. On this point, they were all familiar with handling affairs. With Mu Songlan's full supervision, there wouldn't be any negligence. Chu Yang and the others had the same idea as Xie Danqiong. It was just that by the time they gathered together to talk about this matter, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. From start to finish, a total of 500,000 city guards worked together with the military and more than 100 saint experts from the imperial palace. Finally, all the myriad Saint True Spirits were wiped out completely. Well, the wiped out here referred to the batch that sneaked into Cheonghua City. Speaking of which, what really exceeded everyone's expectations was that even until the end, when all the true spirit targets were killed, the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes didn't appear to find trouble again. It was as if he had sent these people to their deaths. From beginning to end, there was no reaction at all. This matter was extremely abnormal. Chapter 2410. Xie Dan Cheong still wanted to plead, but he was cut off by Chu Yang's words. He pointed at Xie Dan Cheong's nose in a fiendish manner. I also told you that you'd better give up on this idea. We rushed over from afar to help you, and you don't say thank you. It's fine if you give us some things. Who asked us to be sworn brothers? But you actually want to poach people from my hands. You, Dan Cheong, how can you be like this? Isn't this too much? These words made Xie Dan Cheong feel guilty. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't say anything for a long time. Then, Chu Yang pulled Mo Qingwu and left. When night came, Xie Dan Cheong finally reacted. He hurriedly came to Chu Yang and said, Boss, what you said just now was wrong. Meng Wu Ye is our Mayun Heaven's man. How can you say that he's your man? He has an official position in Mayun Heaven. His relatives and old friends are all here. Don't you think this is reasonable? Chu Yang was stunned. Is it like this? Xie Dan Cheong nodded heavily. Definitely. Since you said so, then you can keep him. As long as he agrees, I have no objections. Chu Yang waved his hand generously. Xie Dan Cheong was overjoyed. He hurriedly went out to look for him, but he couldn't find him after searching for a long time. After asking, he found out that everyone who came from Demon Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Armament Pavilion had already returned this afternoon. It seemed that there was an urgent order from above. They left in a hurry. They didn't even pack a lot of luggage. It was as if they were fleeing. At this moment, they were probably already on the vast sea. Urgent order from above? Who else could Meng Wu Ye's superior be? Xie Dan Cheong suddenly realized something and angrily returned. But he saw Chu Yang coming over with a smile and putting his arm around his shoulder. Dan Cheong, you see, there are so many provisions here. We brothers are a family, so we will leave them all to you. You don't have to be polite. Looking at the pile of tattered provisions that Meng Wu Ye and his group couldn't take away in time, Xie Dan Cheong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On this day, the Demon Empress ordered that Demon Emperor Heaven's Supreme Demon Ningning should immediately return to Demon Emperor Heaven with all the experts of Demon Emperor Heaven. As for herself, she did not plan to leave. She had other plans. The truth was that she had other plans as well. Just as a certain Grand Empress was about to set off, the Demon Empress floated away, her whereabouts unknown. As for the other heavenly emperors, some of them had also left, and some of them had also chosen to wander in ink cloud sky for a period of time. It had only been a few days, but the liveliness from before had already disappeared. All the peak experts had scattered. Tan Tan and Xie Dan Feng bid farewell to Chu Yang and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang wasn't worried about this. Tan Tan's cultivation was already at the high level of the Sage Realm. He was about to reach the peak of the Sage Realm. In this world, only a very small number of people could cause him harm, except for the top experts like Di Ho. As for the others, even if they couldn't defeat him in the end, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape unscathed. Moreover, it seemed that Tan Tan was going to do something. Chu Yang could see this from Tan Tan's expression. Tan Tan and his in-laws left. The only people close to Chu Yang here were Zi Xieching, Mo Qingwu, Brother Tiger, and the divine soul of the calamity. The large team of tens of thousands of people that had accompanied them previously was now only left with 3 people and 1 beast, plus a ghost. However, Chu Yang was extremely relaxed at this moment. That was because he had sent the family members of his brothers to their respective sides during this trip. Allowing their families to reunite was tantamount to reducing the responsibility that had been on his shoulders for a long time by more than half. What would happen in the future would be everyone's own responsibility. Every man had a responsibility that every man should bear. This was something that they needed to bear with their own efforts. Others had no right and no ability to help them bear these responsibilities, and their families were precisely the responsibilities that everyone needed to bear. After removing countless burdens, the huge stone in his heart was lifted, and Chu Yang, who had regained his relaxation, suggested that they walk around Ink Cloud Sky and stroll around. Of course, on the surface, this was the purpose. In reality, whether or not he had any other thoughts, Chu Yang didn't say it clearly. Zi Xieching and Mo Qingguo naturally agreed with Chu Yang's suggestion. What else could be more satisfying than going on a trip with their sweetheart? The issue of safety was not a problem at all. With the strength of the three of them, plus Brother Tiger, who had now recovered his saint-level strength, and the divine soul of the Calamity, who had an immortal body, they believed that even if they were to face any one of God's descendants, they might not necessarily be unable to fight. At the very least, they still had the confidence to escape unscathed. So everyone didn't think too much about it. It was rare for them to be able to relax. They didn't bid farewell to Xiedanqiang. Mo Qingguo carried Brother Tiger, who was in the form of a kitten, and the divine soul of the Calamity was still invisible in the dark. The three of them walked out of Chonghua City, slowly. The moment they left the city, they looked back and recalled the fighting in Ink Cloud Sky during this period of time. They couldn't help but sigh. Then their eyes lit up. At the end of the gate tower of Ink Cloud Sky's Chonghua City, there was a bright yellow figure standing tall and straight. His gaze seemed to pass through the void, quietly watching the three of them leave. Chu Yang chuckled and waved his hand. Mo Qingguo and Zi Xieching also smiled and waved gently. Then the three of them floated up, seemingly slow but actually very fast. They quickly escaped from the sight of the bright yellow figure on the gate tower. On the city gate tower, Xiedanqiang stood with his hands behind his back for a long time, watching Chu Yang and the other two disappear at the end of his sight like smoke. His face was still full of a warm smile. He murmured, "Big brother, the next time we meet again should be the time to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Don't worry, in Cloud Sky. I will definitely be able to bring out an iron army to wipe out the demons. Calamity Chonghua will follow the direction of Big Brother's sword and bloom." In the purple heavenly palace, Xiedanqiang gazed at the direction where the three of them left for a long time. Even though the other party's figure was long gone, the bright yellow figure still stood there, unwilling to leave until the sky was dark. Night fell as scheduled. In the boundless twilight, the figure of Ink Cloud Sky's Chonghua, Heavenly Emperor, almost became a scenery on the city wall. After crossing a mountain range and completely cutting off the gazes of the people behind them, the three of them slowed down their footsteps at the same time, talking softly as they walked. Suddenly, they seemed to have sensed something. Looking up, they saw a white-robed figure standing tall and straight in the twilight. His hands were behind his back, with endless grace and elegance, supreme dignity and elegance. There was also a kind of royal aura that no one dared to offend. Just by standing there, it was as if he was the ruler of the world, overlooking the world. The person standing there was Donghuang Shueleihan. He had actually been waiting here in advance. "Why haven't you left yet?" Chu Yang was a little surprised. "The reason why I haven't left is the same as the reason why you haven't left." Shueleihan smiled and greeted Mo Qingguo. "Little girl, do you still remember me? An old friend you haven't seen in a long time?" Mo Qingguo smiled gently. "How could I forget Big Brother Shue?" Shueleihan was very happy. Smiling, he said, "I've really waited a long time for you to call me Big Brother Shue." This sentence made Chu Yang and Mo Qingguo understand at the same time. There was no need to say anything else. Yes, it had really been a long time. It was as long as 2 lifetimes. The three of them smiled knowingly at the same time. The four of them gathered in one place. Although they didn't discuss it in advance, they all rushed towards the north at the same time. After running for thousands of miles, they saw another person waiting in front of them. He was dressed in green and looked rather handsome. He was pacing back and forth with an impatient look on his face. When he saw Xue Leihan and the others approaching, he actually opened his mouth and cursed angrily. "Damn it! Why are you only here now?" Chu Yang and the others didn't know who this person was. When they heard what he said, they couldn't help but be shocked. He actually dared to speak to Xue Leihan like this. It seemed that there weren't many people in the world who dared to do so. Even Di Yi's descendant might not dare to speak so boldly. And this guy was obviously not Di Yi's descendant. "You actually dare to scold him in front of me?" Xue Leihan's face was full of black lines. He kicked out fiercely. Poof! The guy was instantly kicked flat on the ground. He couldn't help but look aggrieved. He got up and said, "You only know how to show off in front of me. You hit me for no reason and don't even allow me to fight back. Where the hell did you get the airs of a family head from? If you have the ability, don't use it on me. Go and use it on others. What kind of East Emperor are you? If you have the ability, go and kick Master Yin. If you have the ability, go and kick the Heavenly Demon King. What kind of ability is kicking me every day?" This guy scolded and scolded. His mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. His face was full of grievance and strong indignation. He really dared to say anything. Who exactly was this person? Wasn't he too fucking arrogant? Chu Yang and the other two saw it clearly and were speechless. Xue Leihan's kick just now was quite substantial. It wasn't any less than the 2 kicks that killed the 2 king-level experts that day. Chu Yang and the others asked themselves if they were the ones who suffered that kick just now. Their physical bodies would be instantly destroyed at least, and they would be turned into ashes at worst. This was definitely not a joke. But although this person in front of them was kicked flat on the ground, he seemed to be completely fine. There wasn't even the slightest injury on him. Who exactly was this person? Where did such an expert come from? Xue Leihan was so angry that his nose was crooked. He roared, "Shut your damn mouth!" Chu Yang and the other 2 looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. They all felt that the appearance of this guy was simply turning the world upside down. It was Emo Qinggu who asked in a gentle voice, "Brother Xue, this is..." Hearing that, Xue Leihan explained awkwardly, This person is my 7th brother. Our family is unfortunate. Cough, cough. His name is Xue Qinghan. Yes, others call him Xue Qi." Then he said, "Yes, he's the person who temporarily pretended to be me during the ceremony, even if the East Emperor had accumulated millions of years of pride. He was still really embarrassed at this moment. When he went out today, he met an old classmate. He said in shock, 'Wow, why are you even younger than when you were in school? Why are you getting more and more handsome?' His heart instantly felt as if it had eaten honey." Chapter 24:11. So, it's 7th brother. Chu Yang was enlightened. Naturally, he recalled the classic performance of this guy at the coronation ceremony. He couldn't help but think of GMO and Tan Tan. He couldn't help but sympathize with him. He said, "How is it unfortunate? Not to mention that 7th brother's cultivation is already at the top of the world. Those guys that 7th brother scolded back then were really enjoyable. It made people enraptured and unable to control themselves." Hearing this, Xue Qi's eyebrows danced. She couldn't control herself. She felt as if she had met the best friend in her life. She walked forward and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. She laughed. "Brother, I like what you say. In fact, it's like this. However, these people only care about this and that. They are all sanctimonious. When they talk, they beat around the bush. What's wrong with that? In the end, it's just a fight. What's the big deal?" Xue Leihan couldn't hold it in any more. He growled in a low voice, "Bastard, you appeared in my appearance. In the end, if they want to fight, they will fight with me. You're just causing trouble for me." Xue Qi glared and said with conviction, What trouble can there be? Can't you beat them? Xue Leihan was speechless. This isn't a question of whether I can beat them or not. You, Xue Qi said. Since you're not afraid of them, what's wrong with fighting? Then, Xue Qi suddenly flung his sleeves and put on an extremely suave posture. As he paced, he said slowly, in the martial world, who doesn't get fucked? The martial world is a battlefield. No matter what, it's fucked. Today, others fucked me. Tomorrow, I'll fuck them. Shut up. Xue Leihan's voice changed. He pointed at his younger brother with a trembling finger. She said with disappointment, Look at you. You're already so old. How can you still speak and do things so carelessly? Someone like you won't be able to enter our family's ancestral grave even if you die. Xue Qi shook his head. Bah! Do you think you can enter after you die? Don't forget, with a group of people who are purposely forgotten by the clan. You actually want to enter the ancestral grave? I didn't know that you're so ambitious. I really couldn't tell. Xue Leihan's face darkened. Old 7, can you be a little more serious? Xue Qi cried out, How am I indecent? I've always been speaking normally. Big brother, tell me, since when have I been indecent? I've always been a decent person. The problem is you. No matter what I do, you're biased against me. You just think that I'm not serious. Then tell me, what can I do? Xue Leihan took a deep breath. Suddenly he roared like a thunderbolt. You've never been righteous in your generation. Snow 7 immediately retorted. Shut up. Xue Leihan roared. Listen to me. A finger was poking Xue Qi's forehead, one finger at a time. She gritted her teeth. When you're in front of outsiders, can't you at least give me some face? Can you do it? Xue Qi staggered after being pointed at. She was in a sorry state. She hurriedly raised her hands and surrendered. Okay. You're my big brother, my ancestor. Ancestor, I'll do whatever you say. I'll also say that your fart smells good. This should be fine. This should be fine, right? Now, even your fart has become a delicacy. You won't ask me to do that, right? I'm very helpless, big brother. Xue Leihan instantly dropped his hands helplessly. His face was dejected and defeated. Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, and Zi Xieching instantly burst into laughter. It was the first time that everyone had seen someone who could actually use his mouth to force the world-renowned East Sovereign into such a state of helplessness and hopelessness. This feeling was simply too good to think that I, Xue Leihan, have dominated the world and dominated the eastern sky all my life. How high-spirited I was. The only thing that can make me feel helpless and helpless is only you. Only you. Xue Leihan looked up and sighed. Xue Qi pouted and muttered softly. What do you mean by dominating the world and dominating the eastern sky? If you have the guts, why don't you try killing everyone in the eastern sky? That's what it means to be high-spirited from head to toe. Xue Leihan closed his eyes fiercely. He only felt that his lungs were rapidly swelling due to anger. High-spirited thinking of the past, but lacking in spirit facing the present. What could he do? Xue Leihan knew that he couldn't do anything to his younger brother. He could only let out a long sigh. He turned his head and smiled bitterly. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Sigh, this is my younger brother, the one who has been giving me headaches since childhood. I really can't do anything to him. He just doesn't hold back. Xue Qi rolled her eyes and said, What are you talking about? Even our parents don't have headaches. Why do you have headaches? That's because you're a busybody who's looking for trouble and being arrogant, putting on airs as if you have a lot of authority. Chu Yang almost spurted out. Even someone as solemn and cold as Zi Xieching couldn't help but smile like a blooming flower under such circumstances. Mo Qinggu was even laughing so hard that she was shaking. She actually found Xue Leihan, this clown of a brother, very interesting. After all, it hadn't been long since Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu came to the heavenly imperial court. Little did they know that although the name Xueqi was not well known and not very eye-catching, the two names Xueqi and Xueqi were really famous in the heavenly imperial court. In some areas, this name was even more well-known than Di Empress. It was even more frightening. If the number one person in the heavenly imperial court was Lord Yun, then the number one thief in the heavenly imperial court was undoubtedly Xueqi. As long as he wanted something from you, it was as if you had already made a blood contract with him. There was absolutely no escape. And the number one killer in the heavenly imperial court, Xueqi, as long as he accepts your request, then no matter who your enemy is, no matter how high your position is, no matter how powerful you are, no matter how far you are, no matter how far you are, no matter how powerful you are, no matter how far you are, no matter how far away you are, you will definitely be killed within 7 days without exception. Therefore, among the several identities of Xueqin Han, perhaps the identity of Dong Huang's younger brother was the most inconspicuous one. As for the other two names, they were really famous in the world. It was just that Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu did not know about this for now. As for Zi Xieching, she must have heard of the names and legends of the number one thief and the number one killer. But she really could not connect this rascal in front of her with the two legendary names. She could not help it. After all, he was such a backbone in reality. We are all brothers. Why are you so hostile? Come, come, come. Chu Yang separated the two brothers very enthusiastically. He put his arm around Xueqi's shoulder and said, "Don't mind him. Your brother is old-fashioned. There is no way to communicate with him. There is no way to reason with him." Soulmate. Xueqi's eyes were almost filled with tears. He held Chu Yang's hand and said, "As the saying goes, great minds think alike. I knew there would be someone who would understand me. For so many years, I have been oppressed by him. I have been in an abyss of suffering all the time." Chu Yang choked unnaturally in the wind. This fellow's words were really out of line, not to mention his identity as Dong Huang's younger brother, just based on his rather high level of cultivation. Even if he really wanted to live in an abyss of suffering, it would be a very, very difficult thing to do. Needless to say, the 3-person group became a 5-person group. The group went all the way to the north. Xuelehan kept a straight face and tried not to speak if he could. But Xueqi got along well with Chu Yang at the first moment. It was almost like he was deliberately trying to deal with Chu Yang. The two of them even fought and competed with each other. Every time this happened, Chu Yang, who was being welcomed, would feel like crying. This guy's cultivation is really too high. It's so high that it's simply outrageous. It seems that Yuan Tianji was at most at this level. How could he be a match for him? When Chu Yang fought with him, it was not a competition at all. It was a total torture, especially when he saw Xueqi like that. He was simply taking pleasure in torturing others. Chu Yang even suspected that he deliberately put down his identity and got close to him so that he could fight with him and be tortured by him. The torture along the way was endless. Occasionally, when Xueqi saw that Chu Yang could not take it anymore, he would turn around and look for Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching to fight. All in all, this was a person who could not stay idle at all. If you want to exchange pointers, then let's exchange pointers properly. What Chu Yang really can't stand is that this guy not only has a high cultivation level, but also doesn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. His moves are extremely sharp. He doesn't know what it means to be lenient. Therefore, Chu Yang and the two of them were very unlucky along the way. However, to really call it unlucky, it seemed a little guilty. What kind of person was Xueqi? He was a super powerful figure in the Heaven Imperial Court. To the three of them, the benefits of such a sparring session were simply too great. To have an expert of the same level as DE and Empress to spar with, that was a super experience that could only be encountered by chance. Therefore, the cultivation of the three of them actually increased by leaps and bounds along the way. It could be said that they experienced pain and happiness together. Along the way, on average, Xueqi would fight with Chu Yang 7 or 8 times a day, and it was usually Chu Yang who challenged him. He lost every battle, but he kept on fighting and never admitted defeat. Xue Leihan, who had been watching from the side, was really a little speechless. In the past, he only knew that his younger brother was a masochist. Why didn't he see that Chu Yang, who had good intentions, was actually a masochist towards his younger brother? Xue Leihan was exasperated. But towards Chu Yang's behavior of taking the initiative to seek torture, Xue Leihan did not comment on it verbally, but he admired it in his heart. Not everyone could withstand 7 or 8 times a day of torture, repeating it over and over again without losing their will. Chu Yang would soon be defeated every time he rushed forward. However, he would bravely rush forward again every time he did so. This kind of desire to improve one's own strength moved Xue Leihan a little. Defeated every battle, defeated every battle, defeated every battle. Chapter 24:12. When a martial arts fanatic met another battle maniac. Perhaps only these 2 sentences could describe the current situation of these 2 people. This journey was simply too horrible to look at. These words were absolutely true, because the road along the way was really full of devastation, and it was too horrible to look at. However, with each extreme battle, Chu Yang also realized how big the gap was between himself and this kind of real peak master. Originally, he thought that he was already infinitely close to the high-level saint level, and was not much different from the top masters like Diho. But now it seemed that this kind of thinking was simply wrong, very, very wrong. This was not a problem of the gap at all, but a fundamental difference in quality and quantity. In terms of cultivation, Xue Qi's strength was actually only a little bit lower than Xue Leihan's. This little bit was at most half a step. In other words, Xue Leihan was a super peak master who had already stepped out of the Saint Peak level, while Xue Qi, on the other hand, had 1 foot in the Saint Peak level, and the other foot had not been pulled out, which meant that he was a quasi-super peak master. But this difference of half a step made Xue Qi completely unable to fight back in front of Xue Leihan. And the gap between Chu Yang and Xue Qi was even greater than the gap between Xue Qi and Xue Leihan. This was the fundamental difference in nature. At night, when Chu Yang and Xue Qi were fighting, the tribulation spirit was still a little worried, so he hid and watched from the side. Xue Qi actually made a sound and then reached out and grabbed the tribulation spirit from the void. What is this? The tribulation spirit was instantly scared out of his wits. The tribulation spirit had always known that he was not a match for masters like Diho, and he did not even dare to fight with them. But he was still confident that even if he was in front of those people, he still had the strength and confidence to escape unscathed. But now he had never encountered such a thing. To think that he had been caught like a chick. His status was an intangible and intangible existence. How could it be? How could it be? To be able to catch him, it meant that not only did he have nowhere to hide, but he also had no way to escape. Being caught by people of this level, it was just a matter of minutes before his spirit was completely destroyed. Damn it! After discovering the Calamity Divine Soul, Xue Qi had a new target to fight. After all, this guy's strength was above Chu Yang and the other 2, especially with the advantage of an immortal body. But after fighting a few rounds, the tribulation spirit avoided this person. This kind of pure masochistic activity should be left to the little ancestor. Because of the divine soul of the calamity, Xue Qi found another one for him to trample. Yes, it was the target of the battle, Brother Hu. Of course, Brother Tiger would only participate in the battle against Mo Qinggu, because Brother Tiger's current strength was still below Chu Yang's. He really wasn't qualified to fight Xue Qi alone. And this combination was the most enjoyable for Xue Qi, besides the fact that Mo Qinggu and Brother Tiger's combined strength was not to be underestimated. Also, although Brother Tiger's strength was not as good as Chu Yang's, he had a pair of sharp claws. He was the only one who dared to fight Xue Qi head-on. Xue Qi had always fought with his bare hands. There was no exception in all the battles in his life, but his pair of fists was comparable to any weapon in the world. There had never been an enemy who could fight him head-on. And although Brother Tiger's strength was not as good, he could fight Xueqi head-on. It was indeed a rare anomaly. These people's footsteps were very fast. Although they were fighting as they walked, it didn't delay their journey at all. In just 7 or 8 days, they had already arrived at the foot of the snow mountain. Ink Sky Snow Mountain. They arrived here. Even Snow 7, who had always been playful and carefree, was unexpectedly serious. Xue Leihan looked at the snow mountain for a long time and said lightly, "Zihao's 2 guards died here back then." Chu Yang sighed deeply upon hearing this. He wasn't surprised to come here, because this was one of the reasons why he stayed in Ink Sky Snow Mountain. After a while, everyone had already arrived at the top of the snow mountain. There were no more movements. Xue Leihan waved his sleeves, and everyone's bodies became light. They had already crossed hundreds of miles of space and arrived at the top of the snow mountain. Now that Yuan Tianji is dead, the restrictions he left behind in the past are probably useless. Xue Leihan's face was heavy. He said softly, "You guys step back for a while." After Chu Yang and the others stepped back for 100 feet, Xue Leihan slowly stretched out his hands and made a gesture of embracing the world. Suddenly, a gust of wind came out from his palms and turned into a tornado. It rushed into the air and tore a black hole in the space. The tornado became bigger and bigger, and the area of the black hole also became bigger and bigger. In this man-made black hole, there seemed to be countless scenes faintly changing, and there seemed to be countless people or things flashing past. It was as if the river of time had suddenly started to flow backward. Such a strange scene was too much for the eyes to take in, but it was also inexplicably shocking. Xueqi's face showed an unprecedentedly serious expression. Chu Yang asked softly, "What's going on?" Xueqi took a deep breath and said, "This is my big brother's real domain, the real East Emperor domain, the reversal of time and space. He wants to see how Zihao's 2 guards came here 1,000,000 years ago and how they were killed." "Ah, it's actually reversing 1,000,000 years of time?" Chu Yang was shocked. Xueqi nodded slowly. "I just don't know if Big Brother can do it." Chu Yang, Zi Xieching, and Mo Qingguo looked at each other, and they all felt deeply shocked. An inch of time was worth an inch of gold. An inch of gold couldn't buy an inch of time. Once time was gone, there was no turning back. In such a legendary divine realm, even if it was just reversing the flow of time for a few days, it was already heaven-defying enough. Yet Xue Leihan actually wanted to go against the flow of time for 1,000,000 years in one go. This was simply unbelievable and appalling. Chu Yang and Mo Qingguo both thought of their previous lives at the same time. Could it be? Xueqi sighed, and one sentence instantly broke their guesses. Big Brother's method can only temporarily reverse time to the original time, but it can't change what has already happened at that time. He's just a pure bystander. Hearing this, the two were more or less relieved. With a loud shout from Xue Leihan, a small and exquisite bottle gourd suddenly appeared in midair. A stream of wine flowed out from the mouth of the bottle gourd in an endless stream. Xue Leihan raised his head and sucked the endless stream of wine into his mouth. East Emperor spiritual wine. Chu Yang had drunk this kind of diluted liquor before. Even a diluted cup of wine could increase one's cultivation base by no less than several hundred years. But what Xue Leihan was drinking now was the original wine. And that small gourd seemed to have an endless capacity, and it kept pouring into Xue Leihan's mouth. And the reversal of time and space created by the tornado was still gradually expanding, and the range was slowly increasing. In the eyes of Chu Yang and the others, what happened in this snowy mountain was also rapidly reversing. The continuous river of time in that black hole was like a white horse passing by. In a moment, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years had passed. Chu Yang and the others were all dazzled. They really never thought that they would be able to see such a wonderful scene in their lives. And all of this was actually reproduced by someone out of thin air. A moment ago, they were clearly seeing an old man dying of old age. But in the blink of an eye, they saw the scene when this old man was first born and when he died. This feeling was really indescribable. And this kind of thing kept repeating over and over again. The lives of humans were replayed over and over again. The lives of beasts and birds were also replayed in the same way. The cycle repeated itself over and over again, from the end to the beginning. Shwe Leihan's hand, obviously, sped up the reversal. In the end, everyone could only see pieces of afterimages, and they could no longer distinguish between the real and the fake. As time went by, thick white fog appeared above Shwe Leihan's head, and the tornado on the mountain peak actually didn't dissipate. Obviously, he had already exerted his cultivation to the extreme, operating it with all his might. Just like tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, still flashed by just like that. He gave his all just to restore the original truth. For this truth, Shwe Leihan had really given his all. For my brother Z, how? I must see the truth of what happened back then. Outside the domain of the river of time and space, the sky had already turned dark. Shwe Leihan had maintained this extreme domain for an entire afternoon. Finally, the image stopped abruptly. Two people entered the snowy mountain. Their clothes were in tatters, and their bodies were covered in wounds. They looked like they were on the verge of death. The image stopped right at this moment. Shwe Leihan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he took out another gourd of wine, brought it to his mouth, and sucked. He actually swallowed the entire gourd of wine into his stomach. Then the image moved slowly, and the two people went to a valley in the mountain with great difficulty. At the entrance of the valley, there was a stone tablet erected in the white snow, Valley of Morning Souls. The two people sat under the stone tablet and rested for a while. It was obvious that their physical strength had long been exhausted, and their inner core was also close to being exhausted. The two of them were clearly high-level saints, yet they were actually so weak. One could only imagine what they had gone through and what they had faced along the way. A strong gust of wind suddenly blew, and a black-robed figure appeared in front of the two people without any warning. His face was thin, and his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. At this moment, Shwe Leihan paid special attention to Yuan Tianji's eyes and the expression on his face. There was only a trace of indescribable cruelty in his gaze. Chapter 24:13. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin. When Yuan Tianjia appeared, those two people struggled to stand up. Although they were already exhausted, they still stood straight. The kind of pride still remained on their faces, although they were facing a heavenly emperor of a generation. In this place, the two of them represented Purple Cloud Heaven. Purple Cloud Heaven, the pride of Heavenly Emperor Purple Cloud, no matter when or where, could not be blasphemed. They would definitely not show weakness in front of anyone, although it was very difficult for them to do so. That kind of spirit, that strength of character that belonged to Purple Cloud Heaven, was clearly displayed. Don't know why, when he saw this scene, Chu Yang suddenly felt that his eyes were hot and his nose was also somewhat dry. Even such a frivolous person like Lian, Shwe Qi also unconsciously straightened her back at this moment when she saw the scene in front of her. Her gaze was solemn. The scene of the black hole. You guys are here. Yuan Tianji's voice was very cold. How is the situation on Purple Cloud Heaven's side now? Purple Cloud Heaven is still persevering. One of them looked straight at Yuan Tianjia, his voice weak but sonorous. We will definitely persevere. We will wait for a long time, waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. Can you guys still hold on? Yuan Tianji's voice was full of ridicule. As long as there are still brothers in Purple Cloud Heaven alive, even if there's only one person, we will also persevere to the end and never give up. The person on the left looked somewhat indignant. I just want to ask Your Excellency, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin, when will Mo Yun Tian's reinforcements arrive? Yuan Tianjia was silent for a while and asked, how is Zihao's personal situation now? The two stood up together and said sternly, "His Majesty is invincible." Invincible? Yuan Tianjie sneered. "If he's really invincible, then why are you guys still asking for reinforcements?" The two people's voices became cold. "If not for your Excellency, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun's promise to my brother that day, we also wouldn't come here at this moment." Promise. Ha ha ha. Yuan Tianjie laughed. Laughter. The two people's gazes gradually turned cold. Faintly in the depths of their eyes, there's a trace of despair, but they still held on to the last hope and were unwilling to give up. They said, "Heavenly demon invasion. Could it be that Your Excellency, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, actually want to watch with folded arms and stay out of it?" The entire Mo Yuntian is going to watch with folded arms. We, the Purple Cloud Heaven, have a total of 700 million people. Every one of us is fighting bravely, bathed in blood. Towards this, the entire Mo Yuntian is actually completely indifferent? Yuan Tianjie was silent. After a long time, he suddenly said, "Why can't we just stand by and watch? Why can't we just stay out of this? I can't wait for How to die. Why isn't he dead yet? Why?" The two men's faces immediately turned cold. "His Majesty, the Purple Firmament, Heavenly Emperor, will never die. Even if you die, His Majesty will not die." Another person said coldly, "It seems that we've come here to humiliate ourselves. We'll take our leave now. We no longer expect Mo Yuntian to send any reinforcements. Even Mo Yuntian's Heavenly Emperor is so narrow-minded. What can we expect from Mo Yuntian? Farewell." Yuan Tianjie finally sneered cruelly. "Do the two of you think that you can still leave? What do you mean? Do you actually want to kill us?" The two men were somewhat in disbelief. "It's fine if you don't help, but we're all Tian K's compatriots after all. You actually want to kill us at this time? Compatriots? Who told you that I'm from Tian K?" Yuan Tianjie suddenly sneered. Without any warning, his appearance suddenly changed. Whoosh, whoosh, wings emerged. His sharp mouth and fangs also appeared. A thick black aura suddenly rose. The two men opposite him exclaimed at the same time, "Heavenly demon, you're actually the incarnation of a heavenly demon!" But this cry, the meaning of surprise, was far less intense than the anger and despair. Yuan Tianjie was a heavenly demon. This proved that the request for reinforcements this time was a complete failure. His Majesty's entrusted task could not be completed immediately. The two of them calmed down. They took a deep breath and prepared to fight. An awe-inspiring and resolute aura emitted from these two people who were at the end of their rope, like a fighting bull, straight to the sky. One of them closed his eyes tightly. 2 lines of tears slowly dripped from his dry eyes. He sighed deeply. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Your Majesty, not being able to fight side by side with you is the regret of the two of us brothers. Your Majesty, I hope that in the next life I'll be fortunate enough to become your guard again." The two of them sighed at the same time, but in their hearts there was still hope. They hoped that their other brothers would be able to get the Saint Lord to send troops as soon as possible to save Purple Cloud Heaven from its crisis. If that was the case, the two of them would be able to rest in peace, even if they died. Even if their souls left the spring, they would be able to close their eyes in peace. Since we're acquaintances, I'll tell you one more thing. Don't pin your hopes on Master Yin. Yuan Tianjie laughed strangely. What did you say?" The two of them shouted at the same time. "Because the Saint Lord will not send troops either." Yuan Tianjie laughed strangely. "Do you know why Purple Cloud Heaven has been fighting for so long, but they still haven't received any official reinforcements from Tian K?" The two of them stared at each other, their bodies trembling slightly. Why? The reason is very simple. Firstly, it's because of me. I've been controlling the output of intelligence all along. Also, it's because of Master Yin. He completely suppressed Purple Cloud Heaven's battle report. Z, Hao is definitely going to die this time. The reason why you can't reach the Eastern Royal Heavens is because the Saint Lord and I have already completely blocked off the path to Purple Cloud Heaven. The reason why Xue Leihan didn't help is because the Saint Lord purposely revealed a trace of the profound meaning of heaven. Xue Leihan is now in seclusion to break through. He definitely won't be able to come out without 8 to 10 years. Although revealing the profound meaning of the heavens may create a person who can contend against the saint in the future, Zihao and Xue Leihan's joint invincibility will disappear from this point onwards. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Actually, before Purple Cloud Heaven was attacked, Master Yin already knew that the extraterrestrial demons were going to send troops. All of this was a setup against Purple Cloud Heaven. Yuan Tianjia's words hit the hearts of the two of them one by one, making them feel completely hopeless. And these words also hit Xue Leihan's heart at the same time. Right now, Xue Leihan's entire body was trembling from extreme anger. Master Yin, fuck you. You two bastards who deserve to die 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The two of them roared with extreme grief and indignation. At the same time, they pounced forward without any regard for their lives. This was obviously an absolutely unbalanced battle. A heavenly emperor who came prepared and was full of energy was fighting against 2 7-star guards who were at their wits' end and covered in injuries. But the two of them had already gone crazy. They had already gone crazy from despair. When one of them died in Yuan Tianjia's hands, and the other was sent flying by Yuan Tianjia's attack and embedded deep into the snow, Chu Yang and the rest almost wanted to turn their heads away. They couldn't bear to watch anymore. But they could not watch either. The 7-star guard's eyes were filled with tears when he was about to die. His body couldn't move at all, and he was still murmuring, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, you must take care of yourself. You must live. You must live." In the image, Yuan Tianjia laughed maniacally. He completely destroyed the souls of the two of them and smashed their bodies into the glacial ground, thousands of feet below. Now that I've dealt with the two of you and cut off the last possibility of asking for help, I'm going to Purple Cloud Heavens now. Let's see Hao's final outcome. Ha ha ha. Yuan Tianjia laughed maniacally. He flew away with satisfaction and satisfaction. Thousands of feet below the glacial ground, among the ownerless corpses that had clearly lost their souls, one of them was actually still moving. It was trying its best to climb up bit by bit. It broke through layers of ice and climbed all the way up. In the end, all the bones in its body had been ground to pieces and covered the entire path. But it was still climbing up, continuously climbing up. It stubbornly wanted to climb out, never stopping from beginning to end. The image moved slowly along with this corpse. Finally, when it was about 300 feet from the ground, the bones of this corpse's limbs were completely ground to pieces. Even its teeth were ground to pieces and broken. That corpse finally lay there quietly. It didn't move anymore. This is a wave of resentment driving the corpse to carry out the original owner's last wish. It has nothing to do with life or soul. Xue Qi's voice was a little choked. It was snowing heavily all year round on the snow mountain. No one knew how many years had passed. The corpses of the 2 7-star guards, one was 10,000 feet below, and the other was 300 feet below. They were motionless. However, the spiritual energy contained in the 2 corpses was constantly nourishing this place. Finally, in a place not far away, a snow-white thing grew, revolving mysterious jade ginseng. Xue Qi looked up and sighed. At this moment, the image changed very quickly. It was snowing heavily, and no one knew how many years had passed in a moment. Finally, one day, a figure in fluttering white robes arrived at the snowy mountain, seemingly searching for something. It's the Demon Empress. Why is she here? Chu Yang was a little confused. The Demon Empress was constantly lifting up mountains, as if she was looking for something. Finally, she saw that revolving mysterious jade ginseng. The demon empress's expression was obviously a little surprised. Even for someone at the level of DE Empress, the revolving mysterious jade ginseng was still a rare treasure. The demon empress carefully put away the revolving mysterious jade ginseng. Then she saw that corpse. Intentionally or unintentionally, she went up and looked at it. Unexpectedly, she found that there was a faint trace of crystal in that person's bones. The demon empress was suddenly astonished. She carefully went forward to take a look at the position and muttered, "Isn't this one of Hao's 7-star guards? This scar was left behind when I fought with him back then. It was because his moves were too ruthless that I left behind the scar. It was to give him a lesson that he would never be able to erase in his entire life. Besides this, there shouldn't be anyone else who left behind a similar scar in this place. If he's really Hao's guard, why did he die here? Why didn't he die in purple cloud heavens?" The demon empress frowned and pondered. Chapter 24:14. On the snowy ground, the demon empress' white clothes were whiter than snow. She looked at the corpse in front of her and carefully checked the remaining scars. Then she walked down and looked at the broken bones along the way. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky and sighed. "Good man." Yao Xen bowed to the corpse and said with a serious expression, "You are indeed Hao's subordinate." After that, the demon empress flipped over the entire mountain and found another corpse. She searched carefully again, and her face was filled with deep respect. There are only 2 people. There is no one else. Hao's personal guard actually died in the dark cloud heaven. The demon empress frowned. "No, I have to ask Yuan Tingjie. If Yuan Tingjie is playing tricks, then I will seek justice for Hao." Then she carefully kept the 2 corpses and sighed. "How can loyal souls and righteous bones be left outside like this? Wait for me to send you back to the purple cloud heaven for a proper burial. Bury you together with your majesty's clothes and cenotaph, guards in life, loyal souls in death." The demon empress, white, clothes fluttered and she flew away. This snowy mountain regained its silence. The image finally stopped. There was silence. Only 2 papa sounds could be heard. Xue Leihan closed his eyes and 2 drops of tears fell on the ice under his feet. After a long time, Xue Leihan suddenly looked up at the sky and howled. Tears rolled down his face and formed a line. He said in a low voice in pain, "Brother!" Xue Leihan's tall and straight body finally bent slightly. His head was also lowered and he slowly sat on the ground. His face was full of sweat and mixed with his tears, making his face a little mottled. What he had done just now, even a powerful person like Xue Leihan couldn't take it anymore. Although he had taken a large amount of Donghuang wine to replenish his energy, he was still almost at the point of being overloaded. Reversing time for 1,000,000 years in one go to find out the truth was such a huge project. Xue Leihan forcefully reversed time for 1,000,000 years with his own strength. If such an action was really revealed, it would definitely be enough to shock the whole world, including the Emperor One, the Empress, and the only saint. At this moment, the most important thing was to recover his physical strength that had been exhausted to the limit. Xue Qi stood closely behind his elder brother. He was fully alert and guarded him. Even though she usually talked back and didn't know what to say, but at this moment she didn't care. If anyone wanted to take advantage of Xue Leihan's weakened state to harm him, Xue Qi wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his life. He would protect him with his life to ensure his brother's safety. The demon empress found the remains and went to look for Yuan Tingjie. But that was a matter of another scope, and it couldn't be found here. As for what happened after the demon empress found Yuan Tingjie, no one knew. However, the demon empress and Yuan Tingjie did not fight after all, so Yuan Tingjie must have used flowery words to cover it up. It was late at night. Xiecheng had already caught a snow antelope and started to roast it. Chu Yang also took out a lot of dry rations from his space. It warmed up for a moment. A long time passed, until the moon was high in the sky. Xue Leihan finally recovered. Although his face was still a little pale, his usual bearing had already reappeared. The first thing he said when he opened his eyes was a long sigh. So all of this is a conspiracy. Even the saint knew about the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons in advance. Was there anything that the Cloud Master couldn't do? Couldn't be used? Regarding this matter, Chu Yang remained silent for a long time. He felt that he shouldn't say anything. After all, they were ultimately relatives. Although Master Yin didn't know that he was actually Xue Leihan's biological brother-in-law, Xue Leihan himself was aware of it. However, after holding it in for a long time, Chu Yang finally said fiercely, "Logically speaking, I shouldn't be the one to say anything at this point, but I still can't help but say that brother-in-law of yours is really not a good thing. He's a pure bastard." Bah! Calling him a bastard is an insult to both the male and female bastards. Chu Yang said angrily, "He's worse than a beast. He's the #1 bastard in the world. He's your brother-in-law." Xue Leihan looked conflicted, and so did Xue Qi. "Brother, you're wrong. When did we admit that he's my brother-in-law?" Chu Yang said, "Can you get rid of the connection if you don't admit it? That bastard married your sister. If he's not your brother-in-law, then what is he?" Xue Qi jumped up. "Who fucking admitted that the wife of that bastard is my sister? Damn it, which brother in the world is willing to admit that he has such a sister?" "Fuck her grandma." Xue Leihan slapped him on the head. "Shut up, shut up. I shouldn't have scolded him like that." Xue Qi fell to the ground from the slap. He held his head in remorse, but his mouth still didn't stop. He was indeed a weirdo. Xue Leihan sighed, but now he really didn't want to be angry with him. "We've been investigating what happened back then all the way here. Until now, we've basically understood half of it." Xue Leihan looked up at the sky and sighed. "That day, Zi Hao and I joined hands and made us successful. But it's also because of this that it became the main cause of his death." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "Perhaps the one that the saint really wants to deal with is not just Zi Hao, but all of you or any one of you. As long as you and Zi Hao exist together, he won't be able to eat or sleep well. Because other than the two of you joining hands, I believe that there's no one else in this world who can threaten his safety. Yes, but as long as one of us is eliminated, he can rest easy from now on." Xue Leihan's face revealed a sincere, mocking smile. He said lightly, "Master Yun's vision is ultimately still too short-sighted." He thought of the person who created the calamity soared back then. If one were to talk about a high mountain, whether it was him or Zi Hao, they weren't enough. Only that person was the true supreme expert. Based on Master Yun's jealousy, if he knew about the existence of that person, wouldn't he think of ways to destroy him? How would he be willing to accept that? But if he really dared to take action, the person who would be destroyed would only be Master Yin himself. No matter how sinister Master Yin was, no matter how sinister and cunning, in the face of absolute power, there would definitely be no other outcome. Perhaps he only needed to move a finger. He could shatter the heavenly imperial court 100,000 times. Xue Leihan heaved a long sigh again. If Master Yin had known about such an existence, Zi Hao wouldn't have died. After witnessing the strength of humans, no matter how much internal strife there was among the ants, what's the point? Even if one was #1 in the world of ants, invincible in the world and supreme in the world, he was still just an ant in the end. However, Chu Yang was thinking about another matter in his heart. Me and my brothers. Now he and his brothers already possessed considerable abilities. Once they joined forces, it seemed that they would be able to overturn the seas and rivers in the heavenly imperial court. It probably wouldn't take long before the situation between Xue Leihan and Zi Hao would repeat itself, or even worse. One or even a few of them might not be a match for a Saint Monarch. However, if all of them worked together, it would be enough to kill the Cloud Lord. Given Master Yun's narrow-minded nature of not allowing anything to threaten his safety, when that time came, as long as he knew of their existence, he would definitely attack. Not only would he use force, he would even use all kinds of methods. He would only be at ease when he and his brother's powers were weakened to the point where they couldn't threaten him. Looks like we have to be careful too. Chu Yang pondered and slowly said this. Xue Leihan was startled when he heard this. Then he smiled bitterly. Yes, you guys do have to be careful too. Otherwise, you'll repeat the mistakes of Zi, Hao, and me. Chu Yang nodded seriously and said slowly, I won't give him this chance. In reality, what Chu Yang thought was that before he thought of it, Mo Tianji had already thought of it. Actually, if one were to talk about methods of doing things, Mo Tianji and Master Yin were almost the same, although Mo Tianji wouldn't be as despicable as Master Yin. But when dealing with enemies, Mo Tianji was equally extreme and equally unscrupulous. So, if one put aside their standpoints, Master Yun and Mo Tianji were truly the same kind of people. They probably had a lot in common with each other. After everyone ate and rested for a while, Xue Leihan completely recovered his energy. Then he started on another task. Soul searching. Searching for the loyal souls who had battled here 1,000,000 years ago. Although he knew that the chances were slim, Xue Leihan had been doing this for many years. As long as it was an old place where the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud subordinates had died in battle, Xue Leihan would search their souls. Unfortunately, in these 1,000,000 years, he had never found anyone's remnant soul. This is the battlefield. Yuan Tianji is dead now, and the restrictions he set up previously have already lost their effect. Moreover, since the resentment left behind by the heroic souls back then is so strong that it can still support the corpse to crawl after death, I believe that there should be some remnant souls left behind, Xue Leihan said. Chu Yang, however, remained silent. Actually, everyone knew that even if Yuan Tianji didn't completely destroy the souls of the 2 7-star guards back then, after 1,000,000 years of wind and snow, nothing would be left behind. What Xue Leihan was doing now was useless. On this point, even if he was the East Emperor and had several experts in the imperial court, it was impossible for him to search for the heroic souls back then. But no one stopped him. That was because it was more of a show of sincerity. Powerful soul energy spread out continuously. The search process lasted for an entire night, but the end result was as everyone had expected. Xue Leihan looked up and sighed, lamenting that the heavens didn't protect the heroic souls. Until near dawn, when there was suddenly darkness, an elegant voice said, May I know why your majesty, the East Emperor, is summoning souls here in the middle of the night and going through so much trouble? I'm guilty. Yesterday, I watched TV with my wife called Falling in Love with My Best Male Friend. After watching 2 episodes, I felt that it was quite interesting. I've never watched dramas before, so I searched online and found that there were a total of 34 episodes. So I started watching from yesterday afternoon until 8:30 this morning. Chapter 24:15. This voice was very elegant and peaceful, but it seemed to have come out of nowhere. Before this, even Chu Yang didn't feel anything strange. Xue Qi's face was also full of surprise. Although he had sensed the arrival of the owner of the voice, it was still a surprise that this person could come so close. Expert. Top expert. Chu Yang had already come to this conclusion. And to be able to talk to Dongwang like this, although the tone was respectful, this person was undoubtedly an expert among experts. But Xue Leihan seemed to have already known this person's arrival. He didn't show any change in his expression and said with a smile, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. The cultivation of the 2 of you is really fast. In such a short time, you have already reached such a level. This is really worthy of celebration. In the darkness, 2 figures floated over like the wind and landed in front of everyone. They smiled and said, Your Majesty Dongwang is too kind. Chu Yang looked up and saw that one of them had long eyebrows and was handsome, while the other had a slim figure and was actually a stunning beauty. It was just that her eyebrows were like swords, and she looked valiant. For some reason, Chu Yang actually felt a sense of familiarity with these two people. It was as if he had seen these two people before. This made Chu Yang a little puzzled. As long as I have seen such people before, I will never forget them. Is it an illusion? If it's not an illusion, where have I seen these two people before? Xueqi pretended to be enlightened and snorted. Then he smiled. Then he said, "Are the two of you the lords of the 10 directions underground world of our heaven imperial court?" The handsome man smiled bitterly and said, "You flatter me. The so-called lords of the 10 directions underground world seems to be very impressive. In fact, in short, in this heaven imperial court, they are really useless. At best, they are the managers of some wandering souls. How can they be called the lords of the 10 directions underground world?" Xueqi laughed and nodded. Apparently, she agreed with the man's words. This man's words were undoubtedly very direct and unusually frank. Indeed, in this heaven imperial court, the few small worlds under it were still stronger. Most of the ordinary people could leave behind a trace of soul after they died. Reincarnation, however, the heavenly imperial court was too martial, and there were too many martial experts. In order to avoid future troubles, the enemy would often use the method of destroying one's soul. The last trace of the soul was completely destroyed. The underground world could not interfere with the severing of karma. Although there were still more ordinary people compared to martial artists and ordinary people, that was only because the population of the entire Heaven Imperial Court was so small. In fact, a battle between two powerful martial artists could easily cause the souls of all the ordinary people within hundreds of miles to vanish in an instant, and they would lose the chance to be reincarnated after the end of an ordinary person's lifespan. After their souls passed through the 10 underground worlds, their intelligence would be completely wiped out. Reincarnation, but for practitioners as long as one's cultivation base exceeded heaven level. One's own original soul would have the ability to transcend. Even if one's lifespan ended, they would still try to take over another's body to prolong their life, and would not enter the underground world of 10 directions. Therefore, even though the job of being in charge of Yin souls seemed to be very glamorous and had a lot of authority, it was very rare for his subordinates to actually be able to receive the souls of powerhouses. Even though he was the master of the underground world of 10 directions, he was at most the manager of a huge organization. However, in this world, if there wasn't such a place, it really wouldn't do when Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching suddenly found out about the identity of the two people in front of them. Their expressions changed a little. Being in charge of Yin souls. Yin souls, this kind of thing, was always an especially terrifying thing for women. No matter how amazing their strength was, there was no exception. The eyes of the young man looked at the place where the soul of the tribulation was hidden, and he said with a bitter smile, "For example, the soul of that powerhouse above, even if we take it into the underground world, we still have to take a huge risk, because the strength of such a soul of tribulation is enough to turn the entire underground world of 10 directions upside down, and even break through the underground seal and enter the mortal world again is not too difficult." Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, "Although the soul of a powerhouse at the end of his life is always incomplete or completely destroyed, from another perspective, it can also be said that this is the price that the powerhouse has to pay in order to pursue his own continuous improvement. Generation after generation of people are born, or they were weak in their previous lives, but as time goes by, many of the weak in the beginning eventually become powerhouses, and powerhouses are always born from the weak. Or maybe this is the principle. Although these powerhouses who are formed later actually don't know how miserable their previous lives were." Haha, Xueqi also laughed out loud. That graceful woman smiled sweetly and said, "What you said makes sense, because as long as one hasn't reached the level of eternal immortality, he can't be called a true powerhouse." Xue Leihan smiled bitterly. The so-called eternal immortality, he sighed. It's easier said than done. Indeed, that beautiful woman admitted. Up till now, there hasn't been such a powerhouse in the Heaven Imperial Court. Xue Leihan said lightly, it's actually the same. When a powerhouse reaches a certain level, his soul has also grown stronger. But if his physical body is destroyed and his soul is weakened to a certain extent, it's really better to self-destruct and end it all. It's also better than becoming a remnant soul and being controlled by others. This is also a pride that belongs to a powerhouse, or it can be said to be a kind of cowardice, Chu Yang said quietly. That man looked at Chu Yang, his eyes gentle. He said softly, Tribulation Sword Master, both of us express our heartfelt gratitude to you. As he said, the two of them bowed slightly to Chu Yang at the same time. Chu Yang's mind turned quickly, and he understood. You are the two supreme martial artists, Qin Feng and Lu Yin. He finally understood where the sense of familiarity came from. At the Heaven Imperial Court's 3 Heavens Lake of Despair, there were statues of the two supreme martial artists. Chu Yang still remembered the majestic aura that the 2 stone statues had exuded. At the same time, he also understood why the 2 of them thanked him. Because Wu Jueqing was the direct descendant of the couple. He was also the last bloodline of the 2 experts left in the human world, the last legacy of their orthodoxy. And Chu Yang, because of his identity as the Tribulation Sword Master, and because of some entanglement, he untied the knot in Wu Jueqing's heart, allowing Wu Jueqing to have the courage to live on with a goal. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning, Chu Yang said very respectfully. Both of you are too polite. At the mention of Wu Jueqing, Chu Yang couldn't help but think of Chu Lu'er, who went to look for his master, and Emo Tianji, who accompanied her, and those seniors who fought against the extraterrestrial demons in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Chu Yang sighed subconsciously. He thought of too many things in an instant. For a moment, he didn't know what to feel in his heart. Many tribulation seniors broke through the limits of the heavens and ascended the legendary Heaven Imperial Court, all for the sake of eliminating the demons. However, to the people of the Heaven Imperial Court, the legendary Heaven Imperial Court and the higher-level Heaven Imperial Court often had many unbearable people. Even a celestial emperor could be the incarnation of an extraterrestrial demon. Even the so-called number 1 person in the Heaven Imperial Court was actually so unbearable. It was really a pity. Wu Qinfeng, the handsome young man between the 2. He looked at Chu Yang meaningfully and said softly, to Sword Master Chu, it may be nothing, but to the 2 of us, it's a great favor. I know that Sword Master Chu is a generous and magnanimous person who never forgets to repay kindness. My wife and I are also not long-winded people. We only have one thing to tell you. If Sword Master Chu is free in the future, you can return to the Lake of Despair for a visit. Huh? Chu Yang was startled. He raised his head and looked at Wu Qinfeng. Wu Qinfeng's words were really abrupt and even strange. Since the beginning of time, it seemed that there were very few experts who could return to their original place after ascending. Of course, Wu Qinfeng and his wife were an exception. Otherwise, there wouldn't be Wu Jueqing. But to return to the Heaven Imperial Court seemed to be a very, very difficult thing. Now that you mention it, I know what you mean. Chu Yang wanted to ask more, but unexpectedly Wu Qinfeng had already turned his head and said something to Xue Leihan. Even though Wu Qinfeng was in an awkward position now, purely based on his status, he was above DE and the others. He could even be on par with Master Yin, the Holy Monarch. Chu Yang couldn't rashly interfere in his conversation with Xue Leihan, the Lord of Yin Souls, but he saw that the 2 of them had a heavy expression on their faces. But he couldn't hear what they were talking about at all. Only Chen Luyin, who was dressed in a white robe that was purer than snow, gave him a slight smile. There seemed to be a deeper meaning in her smile, but this smile was also really beautiful. Chu Yang looked at Chen Luyin, but he was still thinking hard in his heart. The lake of despair of the three heavens? Could it be that there's some special object there, or a special meaning? As he was thinking, he suddenly felt a piercing pain on the left side of his waist. This attack was really too sudden. Chu Yang was surprised that there were actually enemies attacking at this time and place, and even hurt his confidant in such a situation. It was simply inconceivable. He also felt that the soft flesh on the right side of his waist was twisted into a fried dough twist. Chu Yang couldn't hold it in any more. He jumped up with a scream, only to see that the ones who were ruthless were Zi Xieching and Mo Qingguo. The two beauties, one on the left and one on the right, stood beside him. Their two small hands were exerting force on his waist. It was very obvious that Chu Yang's fierce stare at Chen Luyan had aroused intense jealousy from the two girls in this world. There were less than 5 people who could injure Chu Yang so severely without making a sound. Unfortunately, there were 2 of them here opposite him. Chen Luyan couldn't help but smile when she saw this. How could she, who had experienced many things, not know why the 2 girls were ruthless? She said harmoniously, "Sword Master Chu, sometimes when a man looks at a beautiful girl, it will cause big trouble." Chu Yang sucked in air with a hissing sound in his mouth and nodded repeatedly. He forced a smile and said, "Yes, yes. Recommend a book, written by a good brother. I specially invite everyone to support it and add to my collection. Mysterious Divine Devil Pattern /